can ensure safer treatment for them. File of Life is one way of managing your medication. It provides an insert that has all the pertinent medical information necessary in case of an emergency. It has a magnet on the back so that this little packet could just stay right on a refrigerator for easy access. Inside is this double-sided form that has all of the information that you need about your medical conditions, your medications, the dose, and the frequency can be very helpful. Plus, you also have the wallet size that you can take with you wherever you go. File of Life is available through the Department of Aging, so just call and ask for it. So why is medication management important? On average, older adults take more than 5 medications daily, including the dietary supplements. Each year, there are approximately 800,000 adverse drug events, also known as overdoses. Oftentimes, older adults see several specialists in addition to their primary doctor, and some patients may forget to tell one doctor about what the other doctor prescribed, and that could cause negative effects. Sometimes there are multiple pharmacies involved, and so warnings are not activated by the pharmacy because they're unaware of what other prescriptions are being used by the same patient. Think about it. Do you know the names and dosage of your medications, or the ones being used by your care receiver? Often we know by color and shape of a pill which to take at which time of day, but we're not clear on which of these pills is for which of these ailments. It's important to know the difference. Having good medication management can result in a decrease in falls, unnecessary hospitalizations, emergency room visits, admissions into skilled nursing facilities, and an overall improvement of mental status. Also, in the event of emergencies like earthquakes, mudslides, or evacuations, a person may have to leave their home without their medications. It's important to know what you need replaced, what the dosage is, the frequency. So get to know your medications.
I'm delighted to be able to tell you about a special program that we have, which is Senior Pets for Senior Citizens. And what we know about having companion animals in our lives is that they make us happier, they make us smile, they reduce our blood pressure, and they greet us when we come home from wherever we've been, whether it's a walk or whatever. The other thing that as we get older and we get a little bit more sedentary in our lives, having a companion animal probably increases your exercise. You'll get up, you'll take care of your pet, you'll take your companion animal for a little walk. If it's a kitty, you'll clean your litter box. And when you remember to feed your companion animal, that's a reminder that it's time for you to eat too. So, we just know that having a companion animal is the best way to enrich your life and to enrich their life because they need you too. Each year at Los Angeles Animal Services, we have over 50,000 companion animals that come through our 6 shelters. So we have a selection that you won't believe until you come and see it. We have kitties of all ages, from kittens to mature cats. I actually would recommend a mature cat. They're a whole lot easier. We have dogs from puppies to mature dogs. Again, I would recommend a mature dog because they're a little bit easier to handle and take care of. And we have love in all size packages. So come on down to Los Angeles Animal Services, any one of our 6 shelters. Meet our amazing animals. We have love just waiting for you.
Hey, buddy! Don't you know you should never leave a cooking pan unattended? And a working smoke detector can warn you of a fire. Like the one behind me. My hero!
Next time, listen to the ball. Have a smoke detector and a fire extinguisher that work.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Yes, I know I'm late. I'll be there soon.
It's better to lose 1 minute of your life than your life in 1 minute. Watch the road.
Hello, I'm Dr. Scott Kaiser, board-certified family physician specializing in geriatric medicine, and welcome to The Empowered Patient. On The Empowered Patient, we like to talk about ways that we can take charge of our health and live longer and better. So today we're talking about physical activity and exercise, and I'm here with Julia. Hi, Julia. Nice to see you again. And we had you on before, Julia. You're also Robert Cox's caregiver. I know. Let's get you stopped on the treadmill here. All right. Very good. Very good. So we all set here. So we're talking. It's nice to see you guys working out.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me about this.
Well, that booklet that you gave us a copy of is wonderful because I never realized before how important it was to at least let your doctor know, before you do exercise.
Right.
Just be on the safe side, right?
To be on the safe side. So you're referring to our booklet here from the National Institute on Aging,
That's
Exercise and Physical Activity. It's part of the Go for Life campaign.
Yes.
And there is a section in here that reminds you that if you have chronic medical conditions or if it's been a long time since you exercised, better safe than sorry if you're in doubt on those issues.
Yes.
Just go ahead and consult with your doctor before starting your exercise program.
Yes, because in Bob's case, he's had some problems, health problems, and the doctor said he must just have moderate exercise.
Right.
So that helped us a great deal.
And that's something that's outlined in the booklet, the difference between mild, moderate, and vigorous exercise.
Absolutely, and we're very grateful for
And
that.
the take-home point on that really is that exercise is likely pretty much everybody.
Yes.
I can't really think of anybody who couldn't benefit from some physical activity exercise plan.
Absolutely. We walk a great deal and we dance, but this is a specialized type of thing to work out. Some of the upper body we've kind of neglected.
Right. So
We're gonna go
you
on
could
that.
tailor your exercise program
Right.
to you.
gonna
And
do
if
that.
you've had surgeries or if you have certain medical conditions, you might need to tailor your exercise regimen in specific ways.
Absolutely.
So the safe bet is just talk to your doctor about it before you start.
Absolutely. That's what we're doing. And
That's
thank
great.
you so much for that booklet.
Absolutely.
For your good work.
And I'd even encourage you, as you guys continue to exercise, let your doctor know how you're doing. You have these sheets in here where you can track your progress.
We will.
And I know that you've been filling these in. Take them to your doctor's office. I'm sure Mr. Cox's physicians and your physicians would love to know the progress you're making.
That's important because I know it did say earlier on that you should keep your doctor aware of different circumstances, and so this is a wonderful idea.
All right.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. So you heard it here first from an empowered patient, an empowered caregiver, that we can use this booklet, Exercise and Physical Activity. We can get active, we can get fit, and we can live longer and better. You can order this booklet from the National Institute on Aging. Just call us at the number below and we'll send you out a free booklet. And we want to hear from you.
I'm staying active every day. I'm in charge of my health.
Hello and welcome back to The Empowered Patient. We're here at the Hollywood Senior Center at the brand new Wellness Center, and I'm talking with Frank Newhouse. Always good to see you, Frank.
Same here, Doctor.
So I understand exercise is an important part of your life, and why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I figure it's the fountain of youth, that if you are willing to put in the time, that the rewards are immense. I walk at least 5 miles a day, 5 days a week, sometimes 6. I go to the gym 2 times a week. I used to do 3. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't drug. I don't burn the candle at both ends, and I think, coming up on 76 this month, I think it has paid off. I'm delighted with the results.
Great, so you're feeling good.
Oh, yeah.
You feel full of energy, and you feel that's related to your physical activity.
Yeah, you just can't beat yourself up consistently year after year and expect good things to happen. Some people are freaks of nature. I don't want to roll the dice on that and say, well, I'm going to be the exception to the rule.
Right. And that's great to hear. You see that a lot of people out there have a misconception that as you're getting older, you shouldn't exercise, and that it could be dangerous. But I think that what we're learning here is that if you're doing it in a way where you have a plan, it can be a great thing. And I know that you've used this booklet here.
I have.
Exercise and Physical Activity. This is a product of the National Institute on Aging, free and available to anybody who might be watching at home. And so tell me, how have you used this booklet to enhance your already very active lifestyle?
Well, I read through it, and I noticed the specificity of the exercises. And there were some things in there that interested me particularly, like the balance. My balance is not what it used to be, you know, and so I'm going to try some of those exercises and find out about others, because I've heard people talk about improving your balance, and it can be done. And I noticed that coming downstairs, that going up a hill doesn't bother me, but if I'm coming downstairs in a house, my knees, they're trying to tell me something. And so I'm taking glucosamine chondroitin.
So you're highlighting a great point here, is that here you are, you're somebody, you've been active. When did you say you started exercising regularly?
At age 30.
Okay, so for a good amount of time, you've been regularly active on a good regimen, but there's still some things that you thought you could add to it.
Yeah.
And so that there might be people out there watching at home who already say, oh, I'm already active, what else do I need? But you read through this booklet and you said, I have good strength and endurance, but I really could work on my balance a little more.
Yeah. And I like the fact that they were talking about liquids. And I drink 24 ounces of water every day. And I think that it has helped. And I'm glad that they recognize that fact.
Yeah, that's great. There is a whole section in here about staying hydrated, and that's important because a lot of people as they age might sweat less than they used to.
I do.
And if you really break it down on a scientific level, the whole thirst mechanism sometimes changes as we're aging. So sometimes it's very important that you might not feel thirsty, you might not notice you're sweating a lot, but that you need to continue to drink a lot of fluids before, during, and after physical activity.
Yeah,
it's a great point. It's right here in this booklet.
And I changed my regimen as far as weights go. I used to use more weight, and a friend of mine he's 72. He has the body of a 25-year-old, and he's lowered the number of the weight that he uses, but increased the reps.
Increase the reps, the repetitions.
Exactly.
So more of the same movement.
That's right.
With a lighter weight.
Yeah.
So your goal is about 10 to 15 repetitions?
With 12 pounds, I'll do 100 curls, and then I'll do 100 shrugs.
Oh, great.
So I use light weights.
Okay, so you use light weights and high reps, and you found that that's what works for you.
He says it works better.
Okay, well, it's different, it's going to be different what works for different people. What's recommended is the 10 to 15 repetitions is a good starting point, because then you can find if it's too little. If the weight's too much, you can't do the full 10 reps, and if the weight's not enough, you might be going on and on.
Exactly.
But, so that's great. So you're staying active, and it's great to see you here at the Wellness Center. I know that that's another great resource for a lot of people out there. Call your local senior center, call the Department of Aging, find out what's available in your area. And just always a pleasure to have you on The Empowered Patient.
Glad to be here.
All right. So here we have Frank Newhouse showing us how we can live longer, live better. As Frank likes to say, keep our bodies out of the clutches of the medical system if we're able to. And it's good to have you. So please give us a call. We want to hear from you, and we look forward to hearing your comments. And we have these booklets available, Exercise and Physical Activity. So just give us a call, and we'll send you out a booklet. And great having you.
Welcome back to Aging Well in L.A. We're visiting with Nancy Sfera, and joined now by Michael Hughes. Michael, thank you.
Thank
you.
We
had a chance to talk beforehand. You're an amazing guy. You're talking the teaching ESL classes?
Well, yes, but my big joy, I'm teaching Spanish to seniors at One Generation Senior Center.
Oh, people who don't have a facility in Spanish?
No, many of them, they're there. They've been with the class I've been with the class 2 years, and a number of them were with the class prior to my joining the class.
That's fantastic.
They're wonderful. They're turned on, they want to learn, and it's just an exciting place to be.
Well, you can't live in Los Angeles and not recognize how useful this is to be able to communicate with people.
I have one student who just turned 91, and she comes to class every week.
Isn't that wonderful? Holy cow. I wish I had that kind of strength and durability. Who knows? So, what is the outlook for a class like Michael is teaching? I mean, I know that's not traditional education, so is it off the radar screen entirely?
It is, unfortunately. The district is focusing on programs that are going to get people jobs.
Yes.
And with the older adult program, they know that they're not going to be out there getting jobs.
But given the realities, and you folks at home, you know this, who gets to retire anymore? Well, people these days, so what are you going to retire from? You can't afford to retire. People who are seniors are going to be in the workforce. They need to be trained and educated, and a place has to be made for them. Now, Nancy, do you make special accommodations for people who are hearing impaired or maybe visually impaired, as so many of our seniors are?
We do have a sign language class, and not necessarily for people that were born hearing impaired, but those that are getting older and becoming hearing impaired. Yeah. And it's to teach them to be able to communicate with either their spouse who's losing their hearing, or if they're losing their hearing.
Right, because it's hard to communicate, especially with caregivers in a different language, oftentimes. What about transportation? Are you seeing cutbacks there? Ooh, I hit a hot button.
Yes, there is cutbacks in transportation. Unfortunately, everything has been hit hard.
All right, so the solution is not just paying more taxes, if that's required. We've got to start speaking up. Our whole senior community, and I'm a part of this, we've got to start getting people's attention. You know, like, maybe it comes down to, hey, Sonny, get over here.
No, absolutely. They need to be, older adults need to know where they can go, who they can contact. When our program first started getting cut, we let them know where who their council people were, who to contact. And a lot of them did write letters, but it's a small proportion of the older adults that did it. We need more involvement.
You won't remember this, but Mike, you will. When the Gray Panthers got started.
Of course, yes.
It was fabulous. You know, that's these people who were alive and vital, and it wasn't, they weren't demanding something they didn't deserve. They were asking for parity and equality and some recognition that our older citizens are worth something. They are wise.
Well, the seniors at One Generation are alive and active, and I have had until this last year just one class. Now it's been expanded. I have 2 Spanish classes at One Generation because we had enough students. We had a bunch that said, oh, that's an advanced class. We want to start a beginning class. Wow. So I have 2 full classes.
Isn't that amazing?
It's wonderful.
Now, when you say full, how many people are we talking about?
20.
Wow. That's a handful for any teacher. It would be.
And they inspire me because what I love is I can share with them, I can share their experiences. We can talk about the music that I love of their era.
Yes.
We can talk about stars and performers of that era.
Yeah.
And it's like they understand where I'm coming from and my loves. And it's a vital, loving experience. And
you know I understand that as a kid who grew up on a television show from way back when. Nancy, can people contact you through One Generation, or are you here at the adult school?
I'm here at the adult school, but I'm in close contact with One Generation, and they can contact me through there, too.
It's an impressive organization. I was amazed at our last visit there. I loved it, whether it was the dancing teachers and the nutrition. So important. There was a cooking class going on.
Yes, and they get a certificate, so they can go out and get jobs with the certificate in restaurants.
You know, maybe
and there is a singing class on Mondays. They have a petition, and the songs they're singing are the songs I love. And I'm teaching my little lesson, and on the other side of the petition, we have Rodgers and Hart.
Yeah, Some Enchanted Evening.
That too. They meet, they have a pianist, and they sing these songs. They have people get up and do individual, and they're not afraid. No, they're not Barbra Streisand, but they get up, and they're courageous, and they sing, and I say, good for you.
That's the best. Maybe the true answer, folks, is maybe we ought to take care of ourselves. Anyway, thank you both so much. Nancy, a pleasure to see you again. And Mike, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll see you the next time on Aging Well in L.A.
Sometimes things don't always go as planned. Except when you vote. You can be assured when you vote on Election Day using InkaVote Plus, you won't accidentally vote a blank ballot, and the reader will check your ballot for overvotes. You can count on your ballot being accurate. It's nice to know some things do go as planned.
Hey, buddy! You with the stupid hat! Come here. Closer. No parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally! And you know what else? You can get a citation! And you can be towed!
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours. How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole!
I'm Renee, representing for Juventus from Van Nuys. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
We have not achieved quorum yet, but I want to welcome everyone to the City Hall Council chambers, and when we have a quorum, I will then begin the council meeting. But while we are in the process, I'd like to welcome Council Member Wesson to the podium with his presentation.
Madam President, members, this is a very special day for me. Anything football related goes directly to my heart. But before we begin today's presentations, why don't we give a dear friend and colleague a round of applause. Martin Ludlow is with us today. Since I have been elected to the City Council, Martin has been involved with the Dorsey High School football program, and he's created a booster association, and over his 5 years doing this, we've seen the program rise. We got a $2 million brand new state-of-the-art football field. We sent the kids to, I want to say, Nevada to play. We bought them new uniforms, and we also have them an NFL-like tunnel to come out of with the Dorsey Dons and smoke coming out of the side. And I don't know who, but somebody wrote on the side of it, thanks Councilman Herb Wesson for giving us the tunnel. I don't know who. I didn't require that occur. But anyway, today, like I said, is very special. Everybody, anyone who knows anything about football knows about a man named Jim Brown. Right?
Right.
Right?
That's right.
Or am I wrong? Everybody knows about Jim Brown, the greatest running back of all time. I'm pleased to have at my side one of two individuals that I think were responsible for Jim Brown being the greatest running back of all times. One guy who's not here, his name was Gene Hickerson. The other one that is here is a man by the name of John Wooten. He was one heck of a guard. And when they would run the patented Cleveland Brown sweep, this was the individual that would lead, and I wish Tom LaBonge was here. He would pull out and lead the blocking. Cleveland had historically had a phenomenal team. I can remember at one point, I want to say they went to 10 championship games in 9 years and won 4. So when you're from Cleveland, Ohio, like I am, and Miss Perry, I mean, you were, without a doubt, a Cleveland Brown fan. And when they retooled from the Otto Graham years and Marion Motley, that's when they brought in this young man who was drafted, I want to say, in 1959. And played with the Browns for about 7 or 8 years. And then when he left, we never won another championship. Maybe you should have had some sons that we could have. But it's one thing. Oh, and here's something as an aside. I'm, again, from Cleveland, Ohio. Lived on a street called Eldemere. There was a house that had a W on the awning, and rumor has it that that's where Mr. Wooten lived. I don't know, because I never saw him, but we would tell everybody, yeah, we've got the championship guard right down the street from us. He could have quit football, walked away, and did some other things, but he was committed to young people. Even while a player, he was a teacher at Addison Junior High School, which I know a lot about. But he continued in the NFL, worked as a director for various teams, and was known as the architect of the Rooney Rule, which is a rule that requires every NFL owner to interview an African American coach or a Latino coach. He's here this weekend as part of the the Urban Football Coaches Association, and they'll have a series of events. We are fortunate to have him with us today, and it is my honor to present to you from the City of Los Angeles a resolution, John Wooten, frame. See, we spend extra money on you, so we gotta. I have some other people Martin needs to give resolutions to. Martin, theirs are not framed. Okay, so please join me in welcoming one of the greatest guards in the history of the NFL, John Wooten, Cleveland Browns. Thank you. Let's take a couple of shots.
Thank
you, Mr. Wesson. Did Mr. Wooden want to say a few words?
Yes.
All right, great. There's no other speakers in the queue.
Thank you. The only thing that I will say is that hopefully that the good Lord will forgive Councilman Wesson saying all those great things about me. And I'm sure that he'll forgive me for enjoying it so much. But thank you so much, and it's an honor to be in Los Angeles and working with Martin and Brian Stewart here with the Urban Football Classic. And we will be always committed to doing what we know is best for our community, our city, our state, and our nation. We thank you.
Mr. Zine, did you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam President. The fact that two individuals who help people, especially youth. Martin, I know all that you have done, and recently I saw you at the church on the Sunday, and you were there with your family. And Herb, what you've done with the youth in the community, taking them on fishing trips and coaching and things such as that, it's with that endeavor that keeps kids on the right trail, on the right track. And to honor a legend here in City Council furthers that and lets people know that we care about our youth and care about professional sports. We're very concerned about helping people. So it's interesting, the gentlemen that are tall and then the short guys in front, but the fact is, while you're short in stature, you're big in your opportunities and you're helping people throughout this region. So I want to congratulate you, our player, and also to Martin, a good friend for many years, and Herb, for all you do to help the folks here in the great city of the Angels. So congratulations. It's a day that we like to recognize. And Herb, today you're looking especially sharp. I want to acknowledge you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson.
I would like to add we have Brian Stewart that's with us today, who's the defensive coordinator at, is it Arizona?
University of Houston.
University of Houston. So let's give him a round of applause as well.
Thank you very much. And before we go to our next presentation, we're at quorum now. So let's run through let me open the meeting officially and to welcome people to the council chamber. Today is Friday, May the 13th. Council meets 3 times per week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. All meetings are open to the public, and for those of you who cannot make it to City Hall, meetings are televised on Channel 35 or can be viewed by visiting our website. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the meeting to order?
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, LaBanche, Parks, Prairie, Race, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum. Madam President.
Very good, and I'd like to run through the agenda first before we go on to our next presentation. What is our first item of business?
That would be approval of the minutes.
Mr. Koretz moves, Mr. Krikorian seconds. Next order of business?
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zine moves, Mr. Smith seconds.
Madam President, item 1 is an item notice for public hearing.
All right, members, no one wants to speak on that item. All right, open the roll on that.
Madam President, pardon me, you do have cards on that matter. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Yeah, let's hold it on the desk for now then.
Very good. Item 2 is an item for which a public hearing has been held. It should be noted that a public hearing was not satisfied in the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee's consideration of this matter. Further, the committee report that is before you was submitted without recommendation, and a motion is required.
All right, why don't we hold... I'm sorry, Mr. Rosendahl, I can't hear you.
I move for approval.
Gotcha. Mr. Rosendahl moves for approval on item number 2. If that's, open the roll then. On item number 2. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President, items 3 through 9 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, members, are there any specials on items 3 through 9? No specials? Please open the roll on those items.
Madam President, we do have cards on the following items. Item 3, 5, 6, and 7.
What does that leave us, 8 and 9?
That leaves 4, 8, and 9.
All right, open the roll on 4, 8, and 9. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item. Madam President, that would bring us to the special agenda. Would you like to continue that matter at this point?
Not at this time.
Very good. That brings us back to items called special or presentations.
All right, we will go back to the presentations. The next presentation is Council District 3. Council District 3 is next.
Have them come up, please. American Field Services, AFS, Intercultural Programs. If you please join me up here. Good morning.
Good morning.
American Field Services, AFS, is a worldwide nonprofit organization dedicated to building a more just and peaceful world through international exchange and intercultural learning. AFS was founded as a volunteer ambulance corps during World War I, evolved into a student exchange program after the conclusion of the war. Since that time, more than 350,000 students have participated in the AFS program around the world. Educating students internationally is an important way to share values, create goodwill, and work toward a peaceful global society. And God knows we need that in this world. This year, these 11 AFS students are living in the greater Los Angeles area, visiting from Argentina, Austria, India, Indonesia, Italy, Malaysia, Norway, Russia, and Sweden. As a young visitor is studying in the United States for a year, semester, or summer, every day, tasks such as eating meals, going to the movies, playing sports, visiting historic and cultural landmarks like City Hall will leave a lasting impression on the youth. By hosting a high school student from another country, local families bring the world right to their doorstep and into their home. It is an opportunity for an American family to experience life through a new set of eyes, representing the diversity of the world as they share their family and community life and build lifelong bonds with the students. The future will be shaped by the next generation's ability to function in an increasingly complex global society, and AFS plays an important role in advancing respect and understanding for that future. And we have with us the students. One was not able to make it today, who I understand is ill. AFS representative in attendance, Karen Cross, the sponsor program coordinator and activities director, and then we will hear from two students, one from Indonesia, one from Malaysia, and then I'll have each student come up, identify themselves, and speak in their foreign language, their native language, I should say, and also in English, and the school that they are attending here in the City of the Angels. And Karen, it is your turn.
Thank you, Councilman Zine. Thank you all for welcoming us here. This is absolutely wonderful and an honor to be here. We are here with AFS, and I invite all of you to consider hosting a wonderful student this fall or in the future. Please visit afsusa.org, and thank you very much. I am so pleased and honored to introduce my wonderful students who are all here just enjoying and appreciating the open arms that we have in Los Angeles for them.
And we'll start with
Suhaila Hayaza from Indonesia.
My name is Suhaila Hayaza. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm going to Vistamar High School. Thank you.
Speak in your native language. There may be some viewers out there from your native land.
Nama saya Suhaila Hayaza, saya berasal dari Indonesia. Saya bersekolah di Vistamar High School di Los Angeles, California, dan saya berterima kasih sekali saya diberikan kesempatan untuk berbicara di sini. Terima kasih.
From Indonesia. Thank you. Next. Muhammad.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Shafiq bin Mat Najib. I'm the Asian student from Malaysia, and I go to Culver City High School.
Now in your native.
Okay. Nama saya Muhammad Shafiq bin Mat Najib. Saya berasal daripada Malaysia dan saya bersekolah di Culver City High School, dan saya sangat berterima kasih kerana diberi kesempatan untuk berbicara di sini. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Next one. Will you identify?
Hello, my name is Caterina, and I'm from Rome, Italy, and I attend high school in La Cañada, Los Angeles.
And in Italiano.
Ciao, mi chiamo Caterina e sono di Roma, Italia, e frequento un liceo a Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Grinshina. I'm from Russia, and I go to Vistamar High School.
In Russia.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Глиншина Анастасия Альбертовна. Я учусь в школе Вистамар, и я живу в Калифорнии, Лос-Анджелес.
Thank you. No, ladies first, ladies first. Ladies first. American standard.
Hi, I'm Silvia Lovicario. I come from Italy, in Sardinia, and I'm studying at San Marino High School. Ciao, sono Silvia Lovicario, vengo dalla Sardegna, in Italia, frequento una scuola a San Marino. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's good. First girl. Oh, see, you learn. You learn quick.
Hello, my name is Matilda Evenstad. I'm from Norway, and I go to Lakenjæra High School.
And in Norwegian.
Hei, jeg heter Matilda Evenstad, og jeg kommer fra Norge. Jeg går på skole i Lakenjæra, California.
Thank you. Next lady.
Hallo, mijn naam is Lisa Lendl. I'm from Austria and I go to the Beverly Hills High School. Hallo, mein Name ist Lisa Lendl. Ich bin von Österreich und ich gehe zu der Beverly Hills High School. Thank you.
Okay, now gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Anupam Kumar from India and I live in Manhattan Beach and I go to Miracosta. नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अनुपम है और मैं मैनहट्टन बीच में रहता हूँ और मिराकोस्टा में अभी अपनी पढ़ाई कर रहा हूँ. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marcos Stubrin from Argentina and I go to Polytechnic School in Pasadena. Buenos días, soy Marcos Stubrin de Argentina. Voy a Polytechnic School in Pasadena.
You like basketball?
Yeah, I play basketball.
I can tell. Over here.
Hello, my name is John Woll. I'm from Norway and I go to Lakenjæra High School.
Norwegian?
Hei, mitt navn Jon Sten Woll. Jeg fra Norge og går på Lakenjæra High School.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matteo Guarnaccio. I'm Italian and I go to Lakenjæra High School. Sono Matteo Guarnaccio, vivo in Sicilia, in Italia e vado su Lakenjæra High School.
Hello, my name is Vyom. I'm from India, and I'm living in Palos Verdes, and I'm going to Peninsula High School. मेरा नाम व्योम है. मैं पालोस वर्डीज में रह रहा हूँ और मैं पेनिनसुला हाई स्कूल उच्च विद्यालय में पढ़ता हूँ.
What country from?
India.
India.
Yeah.
Okay. We got everybody? Brian? And we have, on behalf of the people of Los Angeles, we'll do photos in the back, but we have for each of our visiting students from the city of Los Angeles the certificate of welcome and the greeting that each and every one we have for each and every one of you as a token of our appreciation for you visiting the great city of the Angels and this great program. So Madam President, or Mr. President, thank you. Anything else, Karen, before we close? Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Back to you, and we're going to go back and do some photos.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the AFS students who are here. Let's give them a round of applause and thank them for their time here in Los Angeles. And next, by the way, to all the AFS students, my Swiss brother who came and lived with us my senior year is still one of my dearest friends in the world. So I know you will enjoy your time and make a lifetime of friendships. Our next presentation is going to be a joint presentation of Councilwomen Hahn and Perry from Council Districts 9 and 15. I'd like to recognize them.
Ms. Perry. Ms. Hahn. All right. Okay.
We're going to be here all day.
I know.
I'm going to waste up and I'm okay.
Good convention staff, come on up here.
Thank you. Today, Councilmember Perry and I are pleased to recognize and congratulate the Los Angeles Convention Center's achievement in receiving the Eureka Award for Performance Excellence presented by the California Awards for Performance Excellence Council. This award recognizes organizations that demonstrate superior performance in 7 key business areas, including leadership, strategic planning, customer and market focus, measurement and analysis and knowledge management, workforce focus, process management, and results. The Los Angeles Convention Center is one of only 8 organizations to be recognized in the state of California in 2010 for its innovation, world-class service, and Performance Excellence. This was their first ever application for this award. The Convention Center is the first city department to attain this achievement for its organizational and performance excellence. We just want to congratulate the Convention Center on top of your awards for LEED certification. If there's no other reason you want to come to Los Angeles for your convention, you should know that our Convention Center has really excelled in so many areas and has been recognized and honored for those achievements. We have several convention members, staff here today, but I'm going to turn this over now to Councilwoman Jan Perry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn, and for the recognition of our own convention center, and I'm really happy to be able to congratulate them and acknowledge them for their outstanding service and their leadership. Here in the city, we have many reasons to be proud of the Convention Center, their recent Gold LEED certification for the existing building, to their commitment to a green convention center. The Los Angeles Convention Center has been living up to its reputation as a world-class convention center. Today's recognition just further highlights this fact. Last year, I had the privilege of being interviewed by the award panel of the California Awards for Performance Excellence, or CAPE, and they asked me about LACC's reputation and what our city thought of the work that they have done. I told them that I was very proud of what they had done and that after research and interviews, CAPE awarded our convention center the Eureka Award for Performance Excellence. This convention center is one of only 8 organizations to be recognized in the state of California in 2010 for its innovation, its world-class service, and performance excellence. An incredible staff exists at the Convention Center, and they should be applauded for their outstanding commitment to excellence. It's their hard work. Let's give them applause. It is their hard work, their desire to make the Convention Center a premier venue that has helped to garner this prestigious recognition. So again, to Mr. Abbasi and his incredible staff, and Janice, Ms. Hahn is going to introduce them in a minute, I want to say on behalf of all of us, we are very proud of you, and thank you for moving our city's agenda forward.
Thank you, and we have today Faria Abbasi, the General Manager and CEO, Mary Jane Aquino, Acting Assistant GM and CFO, Luis Aguilar, Secretary, Tom Fields, Building Superintendent, Greg Rosicki, Event Service Manager, and Adria Ibarra, Management Aide. So on behalf of oh, look, there it is. There's the award. Okay, well, we have a nicer one. So, Ms. Perry, on behalf of the State of Los Angeles, signed by all the council members, we wanted to recognize this award and congratulate you on behalf of the city. Thank you. Why don't you say something, Mr. Abbasi?
Good morning, Faria Abbasi, General Manager, CEO of the Los Angeles Convention Center. I understand that you have an extremely busy schedule, so I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted to appreciate the support that we've been receiving both from the Mayor's office and this council in attaining the success that we've been blessed to attain in the past few years. It is truly a blessing to represent all Angelenos every single day, and this just shows the tenacity and resilience and commitment to hard work of the women and men of the Convention Center to do this work day in, day out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. And we will now turn to our second to last, presentation, or our last before we have our Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration. And I'd like to recognize from the 14th Council District, Councilmember Jose Huizar.
Thank you very much, Council President Garcetti and colleagues, it's my honor here today in Council to recognize a very special individual, someone who has contributed not only to the well-being of his patriots from Mexico, but also to the well-being of the city of Los Angeles. He is being honored throughout the weekend by an organization called Federación Duranguense USA. That's an organization from the state of Durango in Mexico, people living in the United States who work with their fellow Duranguenses to better the lives of Duranguenses here in the United States. And they are honoring Samuel Magaña throughout the weekend for his many contributions, for his success as a businessman, and for a life well led in terms of what he holds up to be values that we could all look up to. As a young Mexican immigrant, Samuel Magaña came to America at the age of 16. He was the first employee hired by another large Mexican food company in Los Angeles, where he was eventually promoted to general plant manager while attending night school to enhance his education. In addition to learning a trade that would eventually be the foundation of his business, what his business was built on, Samuel met Hortensia, who moved from Durango, Mexico to Los Angeles in the early 1960s. The two eventually married and had 3 children who are here with us today: Diana, Hortensia, and his son Samuel Jr., and he's over here. Got a lot of height there. You passed all of them. Not easy to miss. In the late 1960s, armed with entrepreneurial drive and business know-how, the young couple purchased the first of what soon became a chain of grocery, wholesale, and restaurant businesses that bore the name of their firstborn daughter, Diana. The first to open was a small grocery store in Gardena, operated by Hortensia, while Samuel continued to hold down his job at the plant. Diana's first tortilla manufacturing plant opened in Maywood in 1973. From the mid-1970s through the early 1990s, the Magaña family business prospered. Next to open were a bakery, another tortilla plant, restaurants, and a tamale processing plant. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm guessing that all of us in this room at one point ate some of Samuel Magaña's products. As a testament to Sam's lasting relationship with his employees, several members of Diana's original workforce remain today, along with many of the sons and daughters of those original workers. It is a historical operation. On a side note, Samuel and Hortensia's daughter Diana would later make history of her own as the first Latina crowned Miss California in 1988. She was also a top 10 finalist representing the USA at the Miss World pageant. The Magaña family maintains a strong sense of civic duty in each community they do business in. Even after all the success that Mr. Magaña has achieved, he never forgot his state of Durango and the country in which he was born. Like many people who come to the United States, we are very proud of where we come from, and we identify very closely with the states that we have originated from. His philanthropic efforts of assisting his fellow compatriots in Mexico and the United States established a precedent that has left an indelible mark. Today, we are very active as a community in Los Angeles, and it is people like Samuel Magaña who are the originators of many community organizations who are now continue to do their work. In 1984, he joined the Comité Mexicano Cívico Patriótico, Comité de Beneficencia Mexicana, and La Cámara de Comercio Mexicana, organizations that are committed to preserving the Mexican roots and culture through educational and cultural events which bring the community together. Some of their successful events include the East Los Angeles Parade, one of the largest Mexican independence parades in the country, Fiesta Patrias, and El Grito that we celebrate here with the City of Los Angeles at City Hall each and every year. In 1990, Samuel and his wife Hortensia donated money to erect a statue in honor of the Holy Pope John Paul II, which can be seen on one of the main avenues of the state capital of Durango. In 2005, while celebrating the Mexican independence festivities, Samuel, in association with the International Red Cross, organized a special donation fund to aid the victims of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. There is no limit to what Samuel would do to help a friend or a stranger in need, which is why it gives me great pleasure, along with the Federación Duranguenses USA, to honor Mr. Magaña for his achievements, for his contributions, and for generally holding up the values that we could all look up to. Señor Magaña, yo sé que también habla inglés, pero le quería decir en su lenguaje natal. Felicidades, somos muy orgullosos de usted y usted es un ejemplo de lo más bueno que tenemos de México y vemos que todo lo que ha hecho, lo ha hecho con los valores que todos nosotros podemos ver, es algo que queremos lograr como mexicanos y también los americanos. Felicidades de parte de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Unas palabras.
Buenos días a todos, en inglés, ¿no? Good morning, everybody. I accept this recognition in the name of all the people that helped me to do everything I did. In behalf of my immediate family right here, Sammy and all my friends, even my CPA, I love my CPA just in case you ask for money, you know. I really appreciate the effort that the City Council does for the community, because without your help, without your guidance, we cannot do whatever it has to be done. I thank you very much, and what can I say? I'm going to keep working. My son wants to take over the company, but I told him that to learn now, because in 100 years from now, when I retire, he's going to take over. Thank you.
We have, it's great to know that we have another 100 years of Samuel Magaña, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, Mexican food is something that is internationally known now, but Diana's food is something that started years ago and was hitting the mainstream long before much of the now Mexican products have hit the market. So he was ahead of the curve, but what is great about Mr. Magaña is that he not only made good money doing that, but has always given back. And at this time, there's another presentation that we would like to make to Mr. Magaña.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Susan from Casa Chiapas. I recognize Mr. Magaña, his effort to our community, and especially to the Spanish community, and that's why I'm here to give him this. Mr. Magaña, thank you, everybody.
And now a few words from one of his daughters.
I just wanted to let my father know I'm very proud of him. I'm the youngest of the three, and him and my mother instilled in me a great love for our Mexican culture, and more than that, a great pride for it. And I'm proud not only to be Mexican, but also Mexican-American, and to be a Los Angelino as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Felicidades. And that will be our last presentation. We are awaiting the mayor for the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month kickoff, but in the meantime, we'll go to public comment. I asked the public... Oh, yeah, sorry, Ms. Perry? Did you want to say something?
A quick announcement just to recognize some folks in the audience today. These are the fine students from the Academy of Finance from Manual Arts High School with their director, Scott Endrick, and they're in the audience today to observe the Asian Pacific Islander celebration and a tour of City Hall. So if they would just stand up so we can recognize them and welcome them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Again, I ask the public's forgiveness. We will move into some of the public comments. I know when the mayor arrives, we'll have the celebration of the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and then we'll continue the public comment remainder that is after that. So I'd like to call forward Ida Talala from Echo Park for our first public comment, to be followed by Arnold Sachs. A very good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to ask for your help so that the environment and community might be served. The budget cuts are painful, and I know that y'all are going through much grief, but I plead that community services be a priority. Police, fire protection, public works, libraries, community beautification, anti-graffiti services, LA Conservation Corps, to mention just a few, need to be maintained at meaningful levels, and that cuts not occur. These services are needed and much appreciated in the community. While people matter, the environment is what sustains us. Public Works serves community and has helped the city meet its local, state, and federal mandates and deadlines. Any cuts will be detrimental and impact the environment. I appeal to this council to look into the importance of watersheds and stormwaters and raise awareness on critical issues. Please declare September Stormwater and Watershed Awareness Month. Stormwater is not just an inland issue, but one that conveys inland trash to oceans via waterways and storm drains. Please, please, City Council, make September Watershed and Stormwater Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ida. Appreciate your comments this morning. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker.
Good morning, Council. Thank you very much. Arnold Sachs. I wanted to bring up a few things. On Wednesday, you had a wonderful meeting. And the item on your agenda regarding it's concerned about the audit for the customer billing and collection practices that was on the agenda. My concerns were that who's going to pay for the audit was never discussed. Because when the ECAF was created, the discussion regarding raising the rates, it wasn't determined who would pay between the city and the DWP, except the city got the bill. Over $200,000. I believe it's almost $400,000. So I wonder what this audit will cost. Because, as you see, this room is filled with all kinds of city employees concerned about where the money goes. So they should be concerned about who's paying for this audit. Here's a story from the Downtown News on May 9th. It shows a little comic, LA construction permit land. The difficulty getting permits because of the city bureaucracy. Except it shows the Austin-Butner shortcut. So how many council members here know what the Austin-Butner shortcut is? And why is it such a secret if there's so much bureaucracy? Why can't it be known for the other businesses? Here's a story in the same news. Little Tokyo Sports Center. Ground lease for a project, $34,000. Again, what's the ground lease for the new stadium going to be at LA Live? Because here's another article from the same newspaper regarding the CRA. Now, in lieu of paying the $34,000 in lease for city services will be provided at the center. But the CRA is going to pay them $5 million to build the park. Again, who's in charge of funding the money? And thank you, Jan Perra, for your wonderful presentation regarding the billing. But that's like 5 years ago.
Richard Robinson is our next speaker. He'll be followed by Ziggy Cruz.
Mr. President, members, Richard Robinson. Sir, on the campus of the University of Michigan, Maranatha, the student Christian group during the 60s. On the campus of the University of Michigan, after the Sexual Freedom League on the campus at Berkeley, UCLA, matriculated to my birthplace. I was born on the campus of the University of Michigan before the Second World War at the University of Michigan Medical Center, the hospital on campus. SFL became SDS, Students for a Democratic Society. Students for a Democratic Society. Tom Hayden is a friend. That was in the 60s. The normal movement got started. But I'm a member of the GOP, the Grand Old Party. So, after losing the city council race, I'm a Republican, don't forget. I was attacked. Well, that's a book that I'm writing. But God is real. What we face in Hollywood today, in Your Honor's district, is hope, progress. Your Honor, through the chair, Tom LaBonge, magnificently are providing the moral, spiritual leadership. I look for three things in a politician: compassion, honesty, and intelligence. You got it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Ziggy Cruz, our next speaker. After that, Assemblymember Warren Furutani. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ziggy Cruz. I'm a former board member of the Hollywood City District Neighborhood Council, and I'm here today on behalf of the Hollywood community to express our outreach regarding a massive giveaway in entitlements that you will be voting on next Tuesday for a luxury skyscraper called Hollywood Gower. Hollywood Gower is a 176-unit, 270-foot-tall luxury condominium development proposed for the southwest intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Gower Street. This luxury condominium complex has 30% less parking spaces than required, with an enormous 50-foot-tall, 145-square-foot parking podium instead of a subterranean garage. This skyscraper, which is almost twice the height of the W Hotel in Hollywood, and taller than almost any other building that has been in Hollywood for a long time, it will be shattering the Hollywood sign, the Hollywood views, anything that is in front of it. The super graphics alone are almost as tall as the historic Taft Building. That gives you an idea how tall the structure will be. The Hollywood Studio District, back in January, or before that even, expressed its strong opposition to the Hollywood Gower project. Neither the CRA nor the unions have offered any support for this totally out-of-scale development. Yet the Council District 13 has once again completely ignored its constituents, the historic Hollywood, and sensible planning by backing developers over the residents. Councilman Garcetti, how can you claim that you be an advocate of affordable housing while allowing this developer to do nothing to fill this need? How can you claim to support historic Hollywood while ignoring the CRA's efforts to preserve Hollywood Boulevard's 150-foot tall height limitations? How can you expect to represent us as a future mayor while ignoring the constituents you currently sort of serve? Hollywood Gower needs to go back to the drawing board, and I hope that on Tuesday's vote you might reflect that and consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. We'll continue to intersect with you and talk to you about that. Warren Furutani is our next speaker.
Good morning, President of the Council and members of the Los Angeles City Council. It may seem a little strange for anybody, a state legislator, to come before your body to talk about the budget and about budget cuts. It's interesting to be on this side of the dais instead of that side, listening to people and their concerns, but that's a part of the process. I come to you as a representative of the 55th Assembly District, and in my district I have the great communities of Wilmington, Harbor City, the Harbor Gateway, and other communities as well. I come to you today along with the LA firefighters and the residents of Wilmington to talk about our fire station number 38, which unfortunately is on the cut list. And in terms of cuts, what we're talking about is equipment and staff. I also come to you to talk to you about something that we've all been focusing on, which is international in nature, which is the coming to justice of the killing of Osama bin Laden. And the only reason I bring that up is that if anybody thinks this war on terror is over, they're sadly mistaken. In that context, when we look at terrorist sites, terrorist targets, everybody well knows, particularly with the reading of Osama bin Laden's journal, that Los Angeles is one of the premier top targets. And when we talk about Los Angeles, one of the target areas is the LA Port. In the LA Port general region, we only have 3 fire stations. The one in Wilmington, number 38, sits in a community that is bordered by chemical plants, oil refineries, industries beyond belief, and all of you know this well because you know our great community of Wilmington well. Our concern is not so much the situation as it stands now when you look at a computer printout. Our concern is if you take away the equipment and you take away the staffing of Station 38, you really put at risk the community of Wilmington and the Los Angeles area in that part of California. And so I urge you to re-examine the issue of taking away equipment and staffing from Station 38 for the community of Wilmington. I understand too well how difficult it is in terms of this budget situation, but in looking at the broader context, the community of Wilmington, San Pedro, Harbor City, and that area will be greatly jeopardized if you reduce the equipment, you reduce the staffing of Fire Station 38. I'm here with the community and with the firefighters, and I urge your reconsideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Pat McCosker of the United Firefighters next. Just a reminder, obviously, we'll take up the specifics of the budget later, but things of a general nature would be in order right now. Thank you.
We appreciate the courtesy very much. Thank you. Pat McCosker, President, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, here with some of my brothers and sisters. Nobody knows better than your firefighters that we have a budget crisis right now in this city, and nobody's been making greater sacrifices. We've given back tens of millions of dollars in contract concessions. We supported pension changes that'll help, and we've been risking our lives because of the closures we already have right now in this city. You're already closing companies, and what you've got to do right now is begin to restore what's been lost, not make it permanent, because that's what the mayor is telling you to do right now. And he's telling us to abandon communities in this city, to pull firefighters, ambulances, and fire trucks out of specific places that he has targeted, places like Wilmington and West LA and Porter Ranch and Pacific Palisades. We're not abandoning those places without a fight. Let me tell you that right now. And we're calling on you to do what is right, because there is money in this budget right now without stealing from anybody else. We wouldn't ask you to cut the police department or any other important program. But there's money in this budget right now to begin restoring what has been lost already, to reopen closed fire companies, to get us back to where we were before, and to commit yourselves to doing that until we have proper fire and paramedic protection for the people of Los Angeles. By the way, don't buy what they're telling you as they get desperate to sell you this permanent downsizing of the fire department, because it is all false. It is not true that we'll have to close twice as many companies if you don't give the mayor what he wants. It is not true that you'll have to start hiring firefighters next year instead of 2 or 3 years from now, one way or the other. All false. The pension cost that they've now come up with, absolutely false. No difference there either. So they're getting desperate. They're lying to you. They want you to vote to pull fire and paramedic protection out of specific targeted communities in Los Angeles, and you better not do it. We talked last night at a community meeting. They reminded me of the 3-year-old boy who drowned, and we got there 12 minutes later and couldn't save his life because of closures. End the closures now. Thank you, council members.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCosker. And thank you to our firefighters as well. Mr. Lima, would like to go next? Our next speaker will be Frank Lima. After that will be James Randall. Thank you.
Frank Lima, Vice President, United Firefighters, Los Angeles City. Now, we're having closed engine companies, closed truck companies, and closed ambulances throughout the city, and we're here to remind you about priorities. Let it be public safety, and let it be safety for these guys standing behind me that risk their lives every day. Priorities. Before, you know what the priority of the fire chief is? Is to eliminate 318 positions of these men and women behind me, while they want to increase our internal affairs by 60-something%. For 20 years, we've had 100 investigations per year. And then the Professional Standards Division was created, and now we have 1,200. But we have the same professionals standing behind me that are the best in the world. Use that money to open up that truck company in Wilmington. Use that money to open up a few more ambulances somewhere else. Why doesn't the chief want to tell the truth? It would be very easy. They're trying to, hey, you'll get more with less. The truth is, why doesn't he just say, we're in a budget crisis, we're cutting deep into the muscle of the fire department, and you know what? You're gonna get less service, period. And we're here to tell you the truth on that. It's a smoke and mirrors games. The response times will go up. That's a guarantee. And in our business, minutes and seconds means lives. They'll tell you you're going to get a second reserve ambulance. And you know what that is? That's fool's gold. Because if you see an RV that's stored long term, you have a long plug plugging it in, so the batteries work when you fire it up 2 months later. Well, that's exactly what these ambulances are going to be. Don't listen to them. We've offered concessions at the table, and on a pension issue, we have one of the most healthiest pensions in the country, over 94% funded. We've paid more than any other city employee into our pensions. Do not take from us, and do not cut our service for these firefighters. Thank you.
James Randall. James Randall, our next speaker. Is James Randall in the chambers? All right, James Randall, I need you to come forward. So, Mr. McCosker, if you make a pathway so our next speaker can come forward, please, so we can move forward. James Randall, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Randall.
Hi, I'm with the group called NAMI San Fernando Valley. NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I want to talk to you about the proposal that's I think we're going to be coming before you in a week or two, and that's the idea of closing or rezoning sober living homes. And we have a terrible problem with that because so many of our people live in sober living homes, and sober living homes save people's lives. I mean, that's just the truth. And we hear the reason they're going to be perhaps zoned out is because of parking issues and loud parties. And for us, we don't understand this. We don't get that, why this could happen. We think you can come up with a better solution than essentially not having sober livings in similar facilities in residential areas. We think there's got to be a better choice than this. And my understanding, too, is the city attorney said that people in these kind of homes can all live under one lease, and that may be legally possible, but in reality, that's not going to happen. You're talking about people who are very fragile, people who either have a mental illness or a drug problem, and the idea of them getting together under one lease is not going to happen. And I've also read, too, that Mr. Smith said that these facilities could get licensed. There's no licensing facility that will grant that license. So it's really not really telling the truth. So our hope is you'll reconsider this proposal and try to come up with something better to answer a real problem, but not rezone out sober livings, because they really provide a tremendous benefit to the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. We're going to go back to presentations. Councilmember Ed Reyes. Presentation, sir.
Council President, colleagues, I'd like to welcome all of the City of Los Angeles to the celebration of our Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month. This is a critical month that we get to celebrate our diversity. We get to acknowledge and praise and amplify the contributions of the Asian Pacific Islanders who live in our city, in our region, the significance and importance of their culture, the history of Los Angeles, and how they've all contributed jointly together as a community to this great metropolis we call the City of Los Angeles. To mark this special celebration, I am honored to introduce our Council President, Eric Garcetti, and our Mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, who will be led by Kacharun Chamorro, an authentic Chamorro dance ensemble representing the indigenous Pacific Islanders and the Northern Marianas Islands. And here they come.
All right.
Anytime now. This is what you call timing. Good morning. And let's give a round of applause to our singers and drummers. Today we celebrate in the city of Los Angeles Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. But as we celebrate this month, we are really celebrating our city. You just have to look around this room. Not only our guests, but those folks that are here day in and day out. Take an elevator, walk down a hallway, and you understand the contributions of the Asian Pacific Islander community in City Hall and Los Angeles. Surrounding City Hall, the site of the pueblo from which this city sprung, you see Chinatown, whose ancestors laid the foundation of the city that thrives today. You see Little Tokyo, the cultural home for the generations of Japanese Americans who have shaped our city and fought for our country. Take a drive to my field office in Hollywood and Western sometime, just 6 miles away, but you'll cross through historic Filipino town and enter into Thai town. Just a few blocks down Western is Koreatown. You often hear that you see the face of the world on the streets of Los Angeles. But I've always found whenever I've left Los Angeles that I've seen the face of Los Angeles in the world. Because this is who we are. This is what Los Angeles is. Because of this, we are strong, culturally and economically. Our understanding of the Pacific Rim doesn't come from classes and books. It comes from life here in this city. It comes from our neighbors, our family, and our friends. We don't have to do business with Asia over the phone or Skype. We can make deals in an office on Wilshire Boulevard, or we can go down the street into a store and have that commerce that does signify that we are the capital of the Pacific Rim. We have today much to celebrate, but among other things, we also have a report that is released today that reveals that there are 420,000 Asians and more than 4,000 Pacific Islanders in our city. So Asian Pacific Islander Americans comprise 11.4% of our city's population. But that doesn't begin to capture the millions of stories, the lives that have been influences, the businesses that have been built, the struggles that have been overcome, and the people that we have today. This certainly is something to celebrate. So the community has shaped our city from the beginning, when two misclassified Chinos, which were actually Filipinos, came here. We have had Asian Pacific Islanders in the founding of this city, and long before them, the original migrants to this land came across the land bridge from Asia as well. We are very pleased to have with us a mayor who has been a champion inside the Asian Pacific Islander community, and a man who has represented many of those communities when he was an assembly member, and certainly when he was speaker and council member as well. It gives me great joy, along with council member Ed Reyes, to present to you the mayor of our great city, Antonio Villaraigosa.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti, for those very inspiring words, and thank you for once again allowing me to come to the council chambers. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with you, and I think you said it very, very well. This is the city where the world comes together. It's a city that is unique, not just because it's the most diverse city anywhere in the United States of America, and maybe anywhere in the world. I like to say that what makes this city so distinctive is not just that we're diverse, but that people don't care who your father is or your mother. And in fact, I've said many times, in my case, they don't care that I didn't have a father, and with the new federal court decision, they don't care if you had two of them. The fact is, people say just do it in this town, and they do, because we recognize that every one of us come from somewhere, except for the Native Americans who were here at the beginning. And I am honored to be here with you, with Councilmember Reyes, as we acknowledge the contributions, the history, the culture, the language, the food, the great people, the mores, the values of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And I'd like to take a moment, if I could, to ask us all to have a moment of silence to honor the victims and the survivors of the March 11th, 2011 Japanese earthquake. Thank you. Asians and Pacific Islander Americans have made countless contributions to our country since the founding. And nowhere, as you mentioned so well, and if you don't know, Chino is Spanish for Chinese. We originally, in the 26 settlers, thought that they were from China. They didn't understand the distinction at the time. They actually were Filipino heritage. But interestingly enough, the Chinese and the Japanese have been here, the Koreans have been here for more than 100 years. Yep. So when we think about Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, they have been a part of the fabric of this city and this nation, and particularly the Golden State, for a very, very long time. Now, this year's theme was selected by the Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month Committee, is who we are and how we matter. And there's a pamphlet here that we're sharing with all of you, and I hope you get an opportunity to review it. It chronicles, it was developed by the committee, gleaning through some of the new information from the census. It has as well posters to elaborate the contributions of the API community, which will be on display on the City Hall bridge and include the role of the API community in business, labor, the voting characteristics that was mentioned, views on the environment, presence in government, education, and the arts. And a copy of the committee report has been given to each of you and will be discussed at a later date in front of your esteemed body. Now, the report shows that the 21st century Asian and Pacific Islander American community in the city of Los Angeles is diverse, multifaceted, and significant. We oftentimes, for all groups, we oftentimes have stereotypes. And what we don't recognize until we get the information is just how diverse and multifaceted this community is. As Council President Garcetti said, they're 11% of the city's population and the fastest growing part of that population. 420,000 Asians and 4,000 Pacific Islanders living in the city of Los Angeles. It's home to the largest population of Filipinos outside of the Philippines, largest Thai American and Cambodian populations in the nations. They turned out in record numbers to vote in the 2008 general election. Polls show that they actually care a lot about the environment. I'm glad, because with this council, and this is the greenest council in LA history, and this mayor, we made the environment and greening and cleaning LA a absolute priority. and we're very excited to hear that. They make extraordinary contributions to the national economy, with their businesses ranking second in the amount of payroll dollars and number of employees. There are 3 Asian American justices on the California Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice. There are 5 Asian American towns that are part of the city of Los Angeles: Chinatown, historic Filipino town, Koreatown, Little Tokyo, and Thai town. Both of these individuals have been very involved in making those designations. Our downtown is home to both the Chinese American Museum, the Japanese American Museum, while the Korean American Museum is just a few subway stops away. And so today, I'm thrilled to honor 3 accomplished Asian American Angelenos with the Spirit of Los Angeles Award, the Dream of Los Angeles Award, and the Hope of Los Angeles Award. I want to begin with Aiko Herzig Yoshinaga with the Spirit of Los Angeles Award. And I want you to listen very intently here, because the story of this woman is a story of courage in the face of adversity. At the onset of America's involvement in World War II, Aiko Herzig Yoshinaga and over 100,000 people of Japanese heritage were forcibly removed from their homes, stripped from their businesses and communities, and sent to prison for the remainder of the war, leaving with only a suitcase of personal possessions. They had to abandon their homes, farms, and property. I grew up in Boyle Heights, and my mother grew up with many of the people who were stripped from their community. These were our neighbors. These were people living and going to school with my mom and my aunt, and with many of us who grew up in Boyle Heights and throughout the city and the nation. And they were forcibly removed. And in the spring of 1942, Aiko, an American citizen, so that you understand, this didn't happen to undocumented people of Japanese heritage. It didn't happen to people. This happened to U.S. citizens. Aiko was taken to one of these prisons a few months from graduating from high school. Dreams of graduating were crushed when she and her family were sent to the Manzanar prison camp only because of her Japanese heritage. She was in prison for 3 years. This experience changed her forever and served as a touchstone for her activism in her life. In the years after Manzanar, she realized that she indeed belonged in America. And while in her 50s, she began to question the United States' involvement in Vietnam, began to raise the issue of race and communities here in the U.S. and abroad. She was arrested for protesting apartheid in South Africa and challenged discriminatory practices. First as an activist, it was this political awakening that led her to question the government's wartime exclusion and the incarceration of Japanese Americans. As a senior researcher for the Congressional Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Citizens, she found evidence of the attempt to erase from the record the racial prejudice on which the internment orders were based. As you probably know, we were also at war with the Italians and the Germans, with Italy and Germany. And we didn't put them in prison, but we did put the Japanese. And we should all remember that. The evidence that she found evidence that had been suppressed. She became a key witness in a series of landmark federal cases that vacated the 1944 convictions of Japanese Americans who had been convicted then for merely challenging the internment orders. Aiko's work and the work of the Commission led to an official apology by President Reagan, reparations for thousands of Japanese Americans who were wrongfully imprisoned during World War II through the American Civil Liberties Act of 1988. For her courage and dedication to her community, I proudly present Aiko Herzig Yoshinaga with the Spirit of Los Angeles Award. She's says something. I'll hold this for you.
Okay.
It's
Thank
heavy. There you go.
Sure, a few words?
You say a few words. We'll talk more over there, but sure.
I'm overwhelmed. This little old 87-year-old great-grandmother is amazed that 70 years after I was kicked out of California as undesirable, here I am accepting a wonderful award called the Spirit of LA. Whoa, it's just, this is really mind-blowing. And I want to thank everybody who is responsible for putting on this Heritage Month celebration. And I'm so proud to be of Asian Pacific American heritage. And all my illustrious awardees, Tia Carrera, Judge Wynn, I'm so proud to be associated with these people. You can't know what this means to me. And to think that in 1942, as a teenager, I was considered undesirable, and now, what a glorious ending to a busy life. I'm so proud of all the achievements that our Asian Pacific Americans have made, starting with my son-in-law, Warren Furutani. He's a son.
He has a couple of son-in-laws.
That's right. And all the other support and love that I've received from my family and friends. I want you to know that whatever I did on the backs of other people who did work before me. And the continued support I have received from friends and families have only made it possible for me to continue and to be honored in this way. I would like to thank everybody who's responsible for my having achieved this award. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all of you. And I want you to say I'm so proud of my Japanese heritage. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, the mayor.
And Assembly Member for Tani, I know you are her favorite son-in-law. Today, we acknowledge and honor with the Dream of Los Angeles Award the Honorable Jacqueline Wynn. Judge Wynn was born in Vietnam. She was just 9 years old when South Vietnam fell to the communists. Her family was separated as they fled in the chaos and cover of darkness. They were reunited after several terrifying days, only to learn that there was only room for her father and not for the entire family of 6 young children to have passage to safety in America. Her father refused to be separated from his family again, despite the danger that faced him if he stayed. An American civilian saved her father's life by declaring them part of his family. He provided them safe passage to America, where they lived in a refugee camp as they began a new life in a new land as an American family. She's been an outstanding part of the American family ever since. Judge Wynn graduated from Occidental College with a BA in English Literature in 1987, and from UCLA School of Law in 1991. While an attorney with the U.S. Attorney's Office, she was named one of the best lawyers under 40 by the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association. In 2000, Judge Wynn received the prestigious Director's Award for a groundbreaking prosecution in a terrorism-related matter. She's been honored by the Department of Justice, the FBI, and various other federal agencies for her professional achievements, and is often recognized as a trailblazer in the Asian and Pacific American legal community. In 2002, when nominated to trial court by Governor Gray Davis, she became the first Vietnamese American woman to hold that position in California and the only judge of Vietnamese descent in LA County. In 2009, Judge Nguyen was nominated to the federal bench by President Barack Obama and unanimously confirmed by the Senate. With her confirmation to the federal bench, Judge Nguyen became the first Vietnamese American Article III judge in the United States of America. For her dedication to the law and as a trailblazer in the judicial field, I'm honored to present Judge Jacqueline Nguyen with the Dream of Los Angeles. What a great story, right? What a great story. What a great story.
Thank
Thank you so much, Mayor Villaraigosa, members of the City Council, and the Selection Committee for this honor today. I'm particularly delighted to be included among such beautiful, inspirational, and talented women such as my co-honorees. I especially love the name of the awards that we are being given today because as I speak, across Los Angeles County, there are countless Asian Pacific Americans who, with their hard work, their dedication, their sacrifice, their perseverance, truly represent the spirit, the dream, as well as the hope of Los Angeles. And so today, I humbly accept this award, the Dream of Los Angeles, on their behalf as well. Thank you very much.
I'd like to call up Tia Carrera. Today, we acknowledge and honor Tia Carrera with the Hope of Los Angeles Award. Tia Carrera's family migrated to Hawaii from the Philippines. Her grandparents worked in the sugar and pineapple fields of Hawaii, where Tia was born. While in high school, she was discovered in a Waikiki grocery store and landed the female lead in the film Aloha Summer. Yet her passion, despite her acting skill, her passion has always been singing. She went on to appear on shows like General Hospital and landed a string of other television shows such as MacGyver, Quantum Leap, and Friday the 13th.
You can cut this part.
We embrace it. It's all good. It's all good. Her breakthrough came as Cassandra in the Wayne's World films, where she was able to showcase both her acting and her singing skills. She later appeared in hit films such as True Lies and starred in her own television series, Relic Hunter. But she returned to her Hawaiian roots with her voice work in Disney's Lilo and Stitch films. She continues to represent her hometown with her Grammy-winning recordings. She won a 2009 Grammy for Ikena, for which she collaborated with Daniel Ho, and just last month won her second Grammy for Juana Ke Aloha. Above all, her parents instilled in her an ethic of caring for all people with compassion and dignity. She was the first celebrity to come to the aid of the Filipino veterans of World War II. In fact, the three of us have something in common. All of us have done that. I did it in 1998, who had been denied the compensation that they had been promised for their military service. Tia was part of this long, hard fight, and among those who traveled to the Philippines and lobbied in Sacramento in support of just compensation. For her efforts, she received a commendation from the President of the Philippines. Finally, in 2009, President Obama signed a law awarding compensation of $198 million for those deserving veterans. Tia has given of herself to many worthy causes, and you could say she has the true aloha spirit, caring for others with the graciousness of spirit that everyone deserves. For that, and for all of Tia's many accomplishments, both professionally and in her community. I'm honored to present Tia Carrera with the Hope of Los Angeles Award.
So it is.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, thank you. Oh, dear. Okay. Like an actress, I need a script. Can I start off by saying, I'm not worthy? Thank you, Mayor Villaraigosa, everyone on the City Council, the APAM Committee. It's a great honor to be recognized here with such amazing Asian American women. The stories of your past and what you've had to endure inspire us all. I am just the humble and grateful recipient of the struggles of the generations in my family that came before me. My great-grandparents came over on a ship with dreams of a better life working in the plantations of Hawaii. With 11 children, they pulled together and overcame their incredible obstacles to provide an education and an opportunity for their subsequent generations. My grandmother cared for, went to work for her younger siblings to put them through school. She caught the bus each day at 5 a.m. to work at Pearl Harbor for 50-plus years so that my mother's generation and then my sisters and I could go to the best schools possible. This is the way of the Asian American family. This is the strength of the Asian American. We help and we support each other. When called upon, we show up on time and ask how we may help out, how we can be of service to each other. I'm proud to have these values instilled in me by my elders, and I am proud to instill these values in my daughter. I'm proud to be of service to this community. I'm a proud Asian American member of our Los Angeles community. Thank you very much. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you so much. Some of the members will probably now say things to all the worthy. Mr. Zion, do other members? Or? Come on. I understand.
Mr. Lebonge.
I'm behind the beautiful symbol that you're going to display in a minute, but to congratulate all the honorees today. It's so special every month that we select someone to recognize someone because we're so many people of diverse backgrounds. And I wish I had a hand mic, but I'll do this. So I wanted to see you. I apologize. But the great history of this city, and I go back to Mayor Tom Bradley when he was mayor, when he first opened the doors as wide as possible to get the faces of Los Angeles here. And Mr. Mayor, I just saw June Mori, retired, a former harbor commissioner of Mr. Bradley, on Los Feliz Boulevard, and we visited and reminisced a little. But all of you have an important history, and the Asian American community is so important, and our sister city program is so important. Our first sister city is that of Nagoya, Japan, and is a very strong sister city. We go on to Guangzhou, China, very important. Makati in the Philippines, very important for us. Taipei in Taiwan, very important. And then Jakarta in Indonesia, very important, as well as Busan in Korea. And I could go on and on and on, and if I missed anybody, I'm in big trouble. But Mumbai, thank you very much. The Rhodes Scholar, Mr. Garcetti, thank you for remembering me. So thank you, congratulations to everybody. Hamagahumaba, Hapun, e sashe, e kamsamida. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
You got to stand up and acknowledge and appreciate what the communities there have done for us. I had the pleasure, of course, of going to the Philippines and seeing that connection. But when you go to Hawaii and into the whole Inland Empire, you see more integration, you see more community sensing of we're all brothers and sisters together, and you are truly a model for the whole world. So hats off to everybody here in the room, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last night I had the opportunity to go to the historically recognized and designated Far East Cafe to celebrate Preserve America, which gives recognition to the many and varied diverse Asian Pacific Islander communities in the city of Los Angeles. And the banners and the discussion was just inclusive, and it was just exciting to realize how much diversity we have here, how much rich culture and history that we consider to be very dear, and are now working actively to preserve it, not just for ourselves, but for those who will come from other parts of the country and the world to enjoy what is so special about Los Angeles. And so at the beginning of Asian Pacific Islander Month, I want to say congratulations and how lucky we are to have such great diversity.
I'd like to thank the Department of Cultural Affairs and General Manager Olga Garay for producing the 2011 APAHM calendar, and I'd like to acknowledge Paula Daniels, who helped to coordinate this effort, and of course the Asian American and Pacific Islander artists who put together this as well. And if we're going to bring the honorees, I think we're going to unveil them. We'll move it back over. Let the camera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Reyes, Asian Pacific Heritage Month. Thank you all. We'll continue with our council meeting for public comment. We'll go back to public comment. Julia Robinson Shimizu. Julia Robinson Shimizu. Public comment. Mr. Rosenthal?
Yeah, just a point of privilege, move item 2 forthwith.
Item 2 forthwith.
Thank you.
And that'll be the directive, item 2 forthwith.
Sir, either way back.
As the chamber's clear from the presentation, we still have a council meeting session, so we ask for your courtesy while we continue our council meeting. Sergeant at Arms, if you can please make sure that's done in an orderly fashion. Shimizu, go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Julia Robinson Shimizu, and I'm here representing NAMI San Fernando Valley. That's the National Alliance on Mental Illness San Fernando Valley. And I'm here to talk to you about the Community Care Licensing Ordinance. NAMI San Fernando Valley is very concerned that this ordinance, as written, can create homelessness for those of our loved ones with mental illness who are in this housing of last resort. We ask you to reconsider and to invite us to the conversation to make revisions in this that will save housing for those who are most at risk for homelessness. I appreciate the time that you're offering us today and hope we'll have an opportunity to continue the conversation before this comes to vote.
Thank you. Mark Morocco, our next public speaker.
Good morning, council members. I'm Mark Morocco. I'm an associate professor of emergency medicine at UCLA Medical Center, the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center on the west side. I did my medical school at LA County USC on the east side of Los Angeles, and I am currently the residency director for the training program in emergency medicine at UCLA, where we bring 50 of the most talented medical school students to learn the specialty of emergency medicine and trauma care to our hospital and train them over the course of the years. I'm here to speak against making permanent cuts in the fire department. In specific, on our west side, we serve a very, very diverse population, the largest liver transplant hospital in the world, a level 1 trauma center, a cardiac center of excellence. We have, within the circle that you can draw around Station 92 that will be closed, we have UCLA Medical Center, Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, and 4 or 5 hospitals in any other city would be considered the best hospitals in a medium to small city. But if you can't get there as a patient, it doesn't matter what kind of hospital you have. And everyone on this council, I've actually treated family members of council members here. I've treated family members of folks in the audience. Everybody here will have a family member who will be affected by this in a life or death situation. This is not simply having your trash sit around in your backyard for an extra day or two. Minutes count. Los Angeles is famous, if you remember back to the 70s, the TV show Emergency. It was not done just because the movie business was here, but because Los Angeles' EMS service was the state of the art for the United States of America. It continues to be that. I urge you to not make permanent cuts at this point that we will not be able to recover from in the future. Remember, if you can't get to these hospitals, you will be in a second-class city. This is not Detroit. This is not Oakland. We are Los Angeles. We will come back and be able to restaff these positions. But if you do this now, Los Angeles will have fallen from the ranks of one of the premier cities into a second-class city. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Doctor. Suzanne Schmidrick. Suzanne Schmidrick. Last call. There you are. Okay.
Too much noise, sorry.
I know it's hard to hear with everybody clapping, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Suzanne Schmidtke. I'm here to speak on behalf of NAMI, San Fernando Valley. NAMI is National Alliance on Mental Illness. I live in Mr. Krikorian's district, and I'm very interested in speaking just a little bit about the Community Care Facilities Ordinance, which we in NAMI feel is a poorly written ordinance which will lead to closure not just of the bad apples, but also those that are very good. It will undoubtedly lead to more homelessness for people with mental illnesses. That population is always kicked out. We need to not do that this time. If we could ask for a kind of like a moratorium where all the stakeholders can come together, look at this ordinance, and develop something that makes sense for everybody. Also the neighborhoods that are very upset about the bad apples. So that's all I'm asking for. Let's look at it again. Let's not pass it the way it is because it's a bad ordinance. Let's tweak it and make it effective for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Entler. Stacy.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Antler. I have no illusions about what the city is able to do for me, but I do expect just a few things. I expect that when I put my trash at the curb, someone will come and pick it up. I expect that when I flush my toilet, it will go away. But more than anything, I need to know that when I call 911, the police and the fire department will come. Minutes and seconds do count when your house is on fire or you're having a medical emergency. I have been fortunate to live on the west side my entire life. The budget cuts to the fire department will directly affect the entire west side. Stations 92 and 58 are vital to this community. We have an aging population who will need the medical services 92 and 58 provide. Station 92 is responsible for Century City as well, and the 100,000 plus people who live and work there every day. Recently, my neighbor had a heart attack. Because of the rolling brownouts, the paramedics who responded were from Fire Station 1, which is on Skid Row. I'd like to point out that 2 more large development projects have been approved for Century City. The city continues to greenlight large development projects while simultaneously ignoring the necessity of increasing the infrastructure to support that development. The city is broke, we get it, but this proposal is playing with people's lives and people will die as a result. You must find the funds elsewhere in the budget. Yes, I'd like the trees trimmed and the potholes repaired, and I enjoy many of the cultural events, but not at the expense of the firefighters and emergency personnel of the LAFD. Your number one responsibility is public safety. This is not optional. I am begging you to put political considerations aside and do the right thing. You are putting all our lives at risk, both the citizens of Los Angeles and our brave and professional firefighters and emergency personnel. Thank you.
Walter Bechtel. Walter Bechtel. Walter Bechtel passes. Eileen Parker. Eileen Parker.
Good morning, council members. I'm here to recognize and show our appreciation. I'm Eileen Parker. I work with Valley Interfaith Council and representing the multipurpose senior centers in our great city. Our agency actually operates 3 of them currently, and we understand with all the changes and opportunities of budget cuts and times at this time that we're grateful for the support that we receive from the council members and that we enjoy working with and representing the council, Park and Recs, and the city and Department of Aging, that we're prepared to continue to operate our senior centers, providing vital services for the great and the grand seniors who reside in our cities. I want to thank you for your support, and we're prepared to do anything we need to do to continue to operate these centers and provide the vital services that our seniors deserve. Thank you so much.
Jorge Salcido. Jorge Salcido. No Jorge Salcido. Final call. All right, that completes public comment. Mr. Clerk?
I have handed in 3 cards.
You know what, Mr. Wallace? There's no card for you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace, why don't you go ahead and take your 2 minutes and satisfy your...
Everything you have to fight for in the city.
Yes, you do, sir. Go ahead.
I want to thank the best and the bravest Los Angeles firefighters. The number 1 fire department on the planet. Number 2 is Baghdad, a distant second. The mayor cowered in his office because he wouldn't confront you, would he? I'm telling you, Warren Frutani, what did he say? This is an open invitation to world terrorism. We know that LA is the target. The fire next time, that's what it says in the Christian Bible and the Jewish Bible. Okay? And what are you doing? What is Antonio doing? He's getting rid of fire stations. You don't think Osama bin Laden's successors know this? And you sit there with the smirk on your face. And the mayor is talking, and Garcetti, Oscar Garcetti and Koretz are hugging one another over here. They don't give a damn whether you live or die in the West Side. They don't give a damn about anything. And these heroes stand out here, and you know I'm right. HollywoodHighlands.org, and as you know, they are trying to cut our website down by this Sunday. I'm telling you right now, the mayor got up here. First he bored you to death. Tomorrow he will burn us to death. He got up here. He's losing popularity. He's losing hair. And the only thing he's gaining is weight. And this mayor, if you want to get down on your knees and honor him, no. But I'm telling you, the only thing between us being burned to death in our homes and the mayor's ambition is this union. And I know it's politically incorrect. I'm supposed to be against Medicare, and the right-wingers said recently on radio, all you do 24 hours a day is sit on your ass. That's what they said on KRLA.
Well, that is our final speaker on public comment for today. And thank you, Mr. McCosker. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item number 1, called Special for Cards.
Number 1, Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again, Arnold Sachs. My concerns regarding this is the location at 515 North Fairfax Avenue, which is probably right in the vicinity of the Grove development, which was a site of the methane gas leak that derailed, no pun intended, the original red line going westbound. So my concerns on this item are, is there methane mitigation involved at this location, because there's none at the Grove. Imagine that. And the man who developed the Grove is considering running for mayor. Imagine that. No methane gas mitigation, but there was enough found by some knucklehead doing exploratory drilling that it derailed a project that derailed the transit programs in LA. Thank you.
Our next speaker on item number 1, John Walsh.
Suddenly they found my cards. Must have been under a table. HollywoodHighlands.org. You want to email us? HollywoodDems@gmail.com. Yes, another liquor license. Another one for Fairfax. And when they vote on this, firefighters, there will be no debate. Always, it will be 12-0. The only thing they debate on is how much to cut your pensions. And incidentally, when it comes to health care, they're the best buy in the world. And you know why firefighters are the best buy in the world? Because they're in the best shape in the world. They never...
Mr. Walsh, it's about the alcohol sales for off-site consumption in Fairfax Grocery Market located at 515 North Fairfax. Not about the firefighters, sir. Please stay on the focus of the issue. I'm not going to stop the clock, sir.
I want to know how another bar and restaurant will in any way do anything else but tax the firefighters' burden. More, 1 minute, bye.
That item is now up for a vote, colleagues, on item number 1. See no one on the queue, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 3, called Special for Cards.
Number 3, John Walsh. Mr. Walsh passes on number 3. Item number 3, no one on the queue, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 5, called Special for Cards.
Number 5, Arnold Sachs. Number 5.
Thank you. Good morning again, Arnold Sachs. Special event for Fiesta Broadway. that authorized the Bureau of Street Service to issue a permit and collect permit fees for the conduct of Fiesta Broadway. What are the criteria for creating these special events? And would other items, or what other events, like events at Staples Center or events at the Coliseum, fall purview? Because a few years ago we found out that those events weren't being charged by street services, by public safety, for officers and personnel, city personnel, to help in the event. So is the city collecting fees for those workers, or are those fees being waived? And if they are, shouldn't events at Staples Center and the Coliseum and Hollywood Bowl be on the city agenda? Thank you.
Item number 5, see no one on the queue. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 6, called Special for Cards.
Number 6, Arnold Sachs.
Thank you again, Arnold Sachs. Graffiti removal. You just had an item on your agenda regarding the budget that you wanted to close down the $7 million that goes to graffiti removal. So where are the CRA funds that are supposedly used to clean up decaying neighborhoods? Why aren't CRA funds being applied here? What is the hocus pocus with the funds in the city? Again, you have people here talking about, for sake of a better argument, closing down fire departments. But you have street furniture funding, you have CRA funding, you have pipeline funding, you have a different kind of funding. And nobody on this side of the podium really gets a straight answer. Well, now you're affecting people's lives and livelihoods. They deserve it, don't you think?
Number 6, John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. The Democratic Party has sworn to take our website down on Sunday. Check it out. $100,000, not for graffiti removal, for enhanced graffiti removal, to add. So this is a city, like a, you're like a rat chewing off its leg in a panic to escape. Enhanced graffiti removal in the valley while they are cutting fire paramedic services on the west side. I call, and I'm the first one, for Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa to resign. No, we don't want any kind of recall. Resign. And he'll be out there getting his face, painting out graffiti, while you on the west side will be burning to death. Whites, blacks, Hispanics, rich, poor, we will all burn to death. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Once again, Mr. Walsh, you're not on the subject matter for that item. That item is now for a vote. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 7, called Special for Cards.
Number 7, Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs, you have 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Boy, tough crowd. You're going to charge me for an extra second. What a dog. Boo! CRA development. Here's an item. Again, this is pass-through money going to the Office of Beautification from the CRA development. You have $100,000 for graffiti removal there. You have provided much cleanup and beautification services. And they're getting $300,000. This article from yesterday's, or this week's Downtown News says there's $184 million available in California for Prop 84 funds. $184 million in Proper 84 funds, and you're getting $300,000 for cleanup. You're selling properties, like in Hollywood, for $6 million, providing $5 million for a park so that they don't have to pay rent, or to a developer, so they don't have to pay rent for, 10 years? It's amazing.
Number 7, John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Visit us. The Democratic Party has threatened to sue me if I don't take the suit down. Don't take our website down. You got to understand what's happening at CRA. CRA has hundreds of millions of dollars. They're giving it, part of it, for beautification. The CRA could give that money for fire stations, for improvement of fire stations. The CRA, and all 5 of them, appointed by the mayor, has decided we need trees and we need shrubs and we need pictures of Big Brother Antonio. It's the CRA. Jerry Brown is about to abolish it. Every single Democrat in the House and every single in the Assembly and in the Senate voted to abolish this agency. It is 5 pimples on the mayor's rear end. And you know what the mayor's rear end wants?
That's not the subject matter, Mr. Walsh. If you can't stay on the subject matter, you're going to have to cease your discussion.
The CRA, what does beautification mean? Who are we beautifying? Sunset Beach. That's what's going to happen here. They have a very small fire department. I'm telling you right now, CRA is 100% against the firefighters. CRA is for beautification. And the only hope we have is you folks out there, you 80, 100,000 people, call the mayor and tell him what you think about what he's doing to the firefighters.
Okay, Mr. Walsh, you're now completed. Richard Robinson. Mr. Robinson.
Mr. President, members, 50 years from now, we shall have been looking back at this point, when CRA, having served brilliantly, will no longer be necessary. Shall have shown itself to have served brilliantly the city of Los Angeles, but again, the government that governs best, the government that governs least. We have I hesitate to use the word boondoggle, but we have this superfluous, you represent the people. You need more staff. Adequate staff. Sometimes the bureaucracy can be extraordinarily inadequate, but you are adequate. You're profoundly gifted. I've seen that.
Mr. Robinson, this community
Let me say this, Mr.
Community
Bryant.
beautification.
Let me say this.
Thank you.
Let me say this, Mr. President. I watched as Mayor Bradley built the CRA right here. In order to do what? Rebuild Bunker Hill. That's it. Now the rest of this stuff, quote unquote, you can do with adequate staff. The money that you have wasted is ineffable. Thank you.
Thank you. That item, number 7, is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, would council like to recess the regular meeting and convene the special?
we can do that. The time is appropriate for that.
Yes, sir, it is. Very good. Let me call the roll. Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, on the item on the special, please. That is number 11.
Mr. President, we have two items on the special agenda. Item 10 is an item notice for public hearing.
10 and 11.
Right, item 11 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
All right, so we have 10 and 11 before us. We would take them together.
Let's take 11 first.
Take 11 first? All right, we'll do 11 first. 11. On 11, we have John Walsh is our requested speaker. Number 11.
Mr. President, that wasn't, 10 votes are required for consideration. If you'd like, you can send that without objection.
Mr. Walsh?
I have to be quiet for you. HollywoodHighlands.org. What are they doing here? They're setting up a solvents, automotives, flammables, and electronic center. That means that you're going to be sending I'm in favor of it, but it's going to be a building full of flammables. Very, very serious matter. If there's an explosion at that building, and they happen every day in America, what are we going to get? This here is in Balboa. I don't know what that means, but wherever this new solvent center, the safe center is, maybe that day there'll be a brownout. Maybe that day you won't be there. And the fire department will come late. The way they came late at Sunset Beach yesterday, they were 5 minutes late. And that's why everything burned down. 5 minutes at Sunset Beach. We're a little better city than Sunset Beach. If those Republicans don't want their firefighters, to hell with them.
That matter is now before us, colleagues. Number 11. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Item number 10, sir, called special for cards.
All right, we have about 40 cards for number 10. So without opposition from the council, we'll restrict this to 1 minute per speaker. Colleagues, Mr. City Attorney says we should do 2 minutes. All right, Mr. City Attorney. So the colleagues would like 1 minute, Mr. City Attorney would like 2 minutes, so let's have a vote on the City Attorney. All right, so we'll go 2 minutes. I think the City Attorney has given us direction on that. There was a request to go to 1, we'll go to 2. So we will now start at a little after 12, and we will start with Mr. John Walsh, number 10. 11 forthwith, Mr. Clerk.
I'm going to take 1 minute, okay?
11 forthwith.
HollywoodHighlands.org.
Stop the clock, Mr. Parks.
1 minute.
Stop the clock, Mr. Parks. Can we, Speaker? We can't hear you.
Can we present the budget to the council and maybe get some information before we hear the public speakers?
They want us to go home.
You want to do that before we go to public speakers?
Yeah, we're not going to go through an in-depth, but there is...
Okay, Mr. Walsh, you're out of order, and if you can't contain yourself, you'll be removed from the chambers. Councilmember Parks is the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee.
The whole purpose of the meeting today is to present it to the council. We're not going to go through it until Wednesday, but before we get to the public comment, we may want to know what we're presenting.
All right, so we will then hold the public comment cards. Mr. Walsh, you can have a seat. We will then go with Mr. Parks with an introduction on item number 10, and then we will hold these cards and hear those after we get the introduction. Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me ask the CLA, CAO, and city staff to come to the table. Colleagues, what you have here today is a document that took literally 40 to 50 hours of presentation before the committee. Although there were very few changes to the mayor's budget, there are a couple of things that are significant in the fact that one issue particularly dealing with commercial paper is something that this city has not done in the past. Through the efforts of the CLA in looking at that issue, we resolved it by removing that commercial paper out of the budget so that we would not have a situation where we were basically borrowing money to pay for existing debt. We also made some minor changes in bringing back some dollars to address issues such as alley paving and some jobs for youth and some other issues that dealt with pads for the buses so that we can continue to work on the infrastructure of our streets. There were a number of issues that were discussed, probably one that was probably the most in-depth discussion dealt with the issue of the electronic deployment of firefighters in the city of LA. This is something that I think this committee and council has asked at least the last 3 fire chiefs to come forward with a plan on deployment. And so this is something in which got a lot of discussion. We basically moved that to the council as the mayor recommended. Some of the high points, and we're going to ask Miguel just to comment on it in a minute, but some of the high points of that plan, as we've heard in the past about modified staffing and also the enhanced modified staffing, is that people felt that it was not appropriate to have that inflexibility of moving people around each day without the knowledge of what pieces of equipment or what companies were not going to be deployed. This plan gives us stability to know exactly what is going to be deployed. It also gives us the stability of knowing that by computer is designing based on past history and projections what will be deployed in the future so that every station isn't identical. But clearly the fact that we have trained firefighters that are also paramedics, that whether that equipment is deployed in the station or not, the personnel can manage and deploy whatever's equipment that's needed in that time. We also know that the fire department routinely works on a task force mode, and they also are mutual aid, and they also have plans in which stations are tied up, that they move the other stations up so that they can give deployment in all 106 stations. And so these are things that were discussed. From what we could see in this issue was that the $53 million savings that we asked the fire department to come up with, they did. It's a $200 million 3-year deal that you can save. They would reduce the fire department by 300 plus people over the 3-year period, but at the same time be able to deploy more resources on the street with more stability. And so that's something that, as we discussed in the committee, that you could go back to the modified staffing, and it would cost you roughly $14 million more with less service. And so these are the things that were discussed. And I'd ask, first of all, for Jerry and Karen, if you have some comments, and then we'd ask Miguel to comment on the fire deployment.
Sure. Yeah, again, I'll be very brief. I think, Mr. Parks, you covered it. Again, the budget as a whole is not before you today. The purpose is to present it to you and to the public. The hearing on the actual budget will be next Wednesday, beginning at 9 o'clock. The committee did make some very important changes to the budget. One, it recognized and clarified what our deficit actually was going in. There was some concern from the financial communities that the budget that came out had a much larger deficit than had been reported, so we were able to clarify that. The committee was successful in eliminating the deficit borrowing through the commercial paper. We were able to identify some additional revenues and some other reductions in order to come up with portions of that, and then the committee, through its process, found the rest, and I think that's a very big step. So again, I think that the major topic of discussion will be the fire deployment plan. I think it is important to note that a lot of progress has been made going forward. There are going to be, continue to be serious issues, but we're in a much better position than we have been. The projection for next year's deficit is $281 million, which is substantial. But a year ago at this time, that projected deficit was $350 million. So we're going in the right direction. It's going to be important to continue to make structural changes to bring that ongoing deficit down.
Okay. And then also, Miguel, could you give us, does everybody have your May 13th report? Has it been
If I could ask the representative from the fire department to come.
We have, Cummings. There we go, Chief Cummings. Does everybody have, what Miguel's going to comment on is the May 13th report that he just completed, so that you followed through with his presentation.
We issued, along with the CLA and the fire chief, an updated report on the deployment plan. The goal of the report, and certainly all of you may have heard and read about the various elements of the plan, but certainly there's been a number of miscommunication and myths that have been discussed regarding this plan, and so what we wanted to do in this report is to clarify the facts before you as part of this hearing. So we'll ask Cummings to go ahead and give a brief presentation as it relates to the deployment plan. If we could have the PowerPoint up. The
Good morning, Council. My name is Brian Cummings, Assistant Chief of Staff for the Los Angeles Fire Department. The Fire Chief's deployment plan is built around our core mission of public safety, firefighter safety, and service delivery, and focuses our resources on the EMS service, which is 83% of our calls for service. The plan deploys levels of field resources to match the needs within each fire station district. No fire stations are closed as part of this plan. No firefighters are laid off as part of this plan. We add back 4 fire resources that are closed in our deployment today. We add back 2 basic life support ambulances that are closed in our deployment today. We add 10 additional fire companies that have paramedic capability to our deployment. As part of last year's budget process, the department was directed by the mayor and city council to develop a deployment model to replace the disruptive rotational closures of the modified coverage plan. We were asked to look for long-term structural change and budgetary savings. We utilized analysis and modeling software, dispatch data from 2007 through 2010, and input based on the training, experience, and education of subject matter experts to develop a deployment plan that more closely matched our field resource levels with the needs within each district based on the types and frequencies of incidents. The Fire Chief's deployment plan saves an estimated $54 million in fiscal year 2011-12, and over 3 years an estimated $197 million in direct savings. With the reduction in positions through attrition, there is additional $35 million in general fund savings to pension and medical contributions. The Fire Chief's plan provides public safety. There is minimal impact to response times. We match our resource deployment to the footprint of our call load. This plan ends the modified coverage. Our current deployment, the modified coverage, was implemented as a temporary solution to budgetary shortfalls. Today, 22 fire companies, 6 basic life support ambulances, 2 battalion offices, and 1 division are closed. These companies' closures change every 3 days. 40% of our stations are part of this rotational closures, including many of our most utilized resources. The modified coverage plan creates inconsistency and instability in our deployment and is disruptive to company unity, command, and morale. The modified coverage created substantial temporary budget savings because all of our field positions were full. However, as vacancies increased through attrition, We'll have 51 vacant positions in the field positions as of July 1st and over 180 by the end of the fiscal year. Overall savings from modified coverage decreases as overtime costs climb. If we do not implement the deployment plan that is part of the mayor's budget, and the department remains in the rotational daily closures of modified coverage, the number of resources necessary to be closed in order to operate within the $480 million we have been budgeted climbs from 22 fire companies a day to 36 fire companies a day. That level of closures affects every fire station in the city and every company, and would have a profound effect on response times, coverage, training, and company availability. To provide surge capacity under the plan, when we know there's a heightened threat, we'll redeploy additional resources. We are refining our threat matrix, which will set thresholds for redeploying those resources based on areas of the city, times of day, seasons of the year, and weather variations. Once the plan is implemented, the fire department will continue its analysis of response times, coverage, and company availability. The Fire Commissioner will receive monthly updates, and if any gaps are identified, adjustments will be made which provide short-term fixes. It's important for the council to understand that if gaps are identified, the department will return to ask for long-term fixes, including requests for additional resources if needed, if those needs and gaps are identified. In line with the leadership role that this department takes in providing public safety, the fire chief has provided this deployment plan. This plan provides public safety. There is minimal impact on response times. No fire stations are closed. No firefighters are laid off. We add 4 additional fire companies to what our current deployment is. We add 2 additional ambulances to our current deployment. There are 10 additional fire companies that have added paramedic capability. The fire chief's plan more closely matches our resource deployment to the emergency and non-emergency needs within each fire station district. The presentation that was put together, it's very quick, and it just has the 10 things that we're hearing. As I'm going out to talk to the communities and getting the response and the questions from the communities, there seems to be 10 common themes that we're hearing, and I just wanted to go through those very quickly to dispel them. The first and that we hear the most is that the fire stations will be closed because of this plan. There are no fire stations that are closing. There are 106 fire stations open today. They were open yesterday, and they'll be open tomorrow. Myth number 2 is that there will be firefighters who will be laid off and losing their jobs. They will not. No firefighters are losing their jobs. Similar to MCP, there will be a staffing pool, which will attrit out slowly over the course of the next 26 months. Myth number 3, there is no impact to the savings on the current modified coverage versus the new deployment plan. As vacant positions increase, modified coverage does not change our position authorities. Therefore, as vacancies increase, our overtime costs and related costs go up. With the new deployment plan, we're actually reducing position authorities, so there's structural change in the department's deployment. Maintaining the current MCP will require the closure of 36 resources daily to save the equivalent of $54 million in the 2011-2012 budget. So in order for us to operate in that $480 million budget, we'd have to increase by an additional 14 companies. Myth number 4, the deployment plan will increase initial response times. There will be a minimal increase in initial response times averaged over each district. However, as with our current deployment, any place where we close a resource, there will be an increase in initial response times. But since we're keeping a fire resource, a fire company and a paramedic resource in every fire station, our initial response our response times will be very minimal increases, if at all. And our initial response for paramedics, that first paramedic on scene, will drop significantly in some areas. Myth number 5, more resources are reduced with the deployment plan. Today, we have those 22 fire companies and 6 ambulances closed. On July 5th, implementing the fire chief's deployment plan, we go to 18 fire resources and 4 ambulances. The plan stops the rotation and that instability of MCP, adds back 4 fire resources and 2 ambulances. Myth number 6, continuation of the $41 million MCP will only close 15 resources daily. When we initially closed in the MCP on August 6, 2009, we closed 15 companies daily, and it was projected in that budget to save us $41.29 million. We were all of our field positions were fully filled. In fact, we were slightly over on authorities because there were also some redeployments of field personnel. However, since the first of the year, we've been going negative on our field positions and getting more vacancies. As vacancies grow, our savings from the modified coverage decreases. So in order to reach that same $41 million savings today and for 2011, we'll need to add additional resources. Myth number 7, the Professional Standards Division funding of $1.4 million for civilian investigators negatively impacts sworn resources. Just the opposite. With those civilian investigators, it will give us the opportunity to send the fire captains that are currently detailed out of the field into our Professional Standards Division back out to the field to do their job as fire captains. That way we don't have to pay to detail them to professional standards and then pay overtime to backfill for their vacant spots in the field. So there's actually a net savings to the department by getting these civilian investigators. Not to mention the professionalism that comes with having those professional investigators. We can let our fire captains do what they do best, which is run the fire companies, and use those investigators to do what they do best. Myth number 8, the deployment plan does not lower any cost to the City of Los Angeles. The deployment plan, structural change, we're reducing the payroll, $54 million in the first year, $197 million estimated over 3 years, with $35 million in general fund savings from pension contributions and medical contributions over that same period. Number 9, the deployment plan shortchanges service areas. At a minimum, every fire station will maintain a fire engine and a paramedic resource. The detailed analysis looked at all of our resources and looked for opportunities where we had underutilized resources and were able to redeploy those. We will continue to cover and provide public safety for every district in the city, for all 106 stations, for all 4 million residents. The fire chief takes that very seriously, as he said before this council earlier in the week, and we take it very as serious as the dedication of all the men and women that are sitting behind me that showed up today. You can see their passion for providing public safety. We'll continue to provide that public safety. And finally, myth number 10, the deployment plan is permanent. The fire department is going to continually monitor our response times and coverage under the deployment plan. Should this council decide to give us back funds that return, that any savings come back to the department will use a similar process to the way we selected companies for closure and look at what's the most appropriate location and type of resource to add back to expand that public safety. In closing, I want to make sure that I acknowledge all the men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, those that showed up here today and those that are working today. The men and women in blue Nomex on those red vehicles out there are the ones that are on the front edge, the pointy end of the stick, as it were, providing public safety. And because of the job that they do is why you have the best fire department in the country. I also would like to thank the city, the CAO and the CLA for working collaboratively with us as we develop this plan, as we move forward and presented real solutions here, real long-term structural changes, and the fire chief attempted to get out in front and to give options here to the city council as we looked at solving not only public safety, but our budget struggles here in the city. Thank you very much.
Miguel, do you have anything else to add? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we wanted to get that up front. Colleagues, the documents that you've been given today on the committee report, also the CLA report.
Mr. Parks, we do have some people on the queue before the folks leave the chair.
Okay, yes. Let me just finish. The issues that our intent today is to present the budget and have the discussion on Wednesday, but we wanted to clarify because you're going to hear a lot of comments about deployment, and we thought it'd be important to, at least from the perspective of the fire chief and the CAO to give you that information up front and also prepare that report. And we'd also, again, look forward to Wednesday to have this full debate and discussion.
All right, we have Mr. Koretz and Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions, and it's difficult because we're also hearing different things from different elements of the fire department. The item that seems the most questionable to me is that maintaining the current MCP, even though right now we're doing 22 closures, I believe, that doing the exact same thing will now take 36 closures. My understanding is the assumption that because people are attriting and we're not replacing them, we're causing this. So the question is, if that's correct, could we not hire to attrition to maintain the right level? Could we not bring in people on overtime, which the department is not unused to? In fact, that was a standard, a higher amount of overtime, and then doesn't cost anything additional in pensions and benefits. Are there not ways to do this so we could actually maintain the same level of 22 or even reduce it back to 18 using modified coverage without generating this kind of expense?
Thank you very much, Councilman. Very good questions. And as for can we hire to attrition, if we got the go-ahead from council to start up our training academies and start hiring today, it would take 12 to 14 months for personnel department to process the testing process and get us a list so that we could start a training academy, at which point we'd pull 50 individuals from the field, our training staff who are currently assigned in field positions to cover vacant positions to keep our vacancies low so that we don't have that overtime, and then starting up both of our training academies so that we can turn out we could start 5 classes of 50, which would be about 250 recruits, graduate about 180 in a year. That's about a $20 million price tag that if that came into the city, we'd love to hire to attrition. But that digs a budget hole for us as well. And as for hiring overtime, that's why the costs increase. Because as the MCP still offsets the same amount of positions. That 122 people a day from the 22 companies is still offsetting 122 positions, but as we get more vacant positions, we have to hire more time and a half to cover those vacant positions as we move, and that's what causes the cost increase, is hiring those vacant positions.
But it doesn't offset the fact that we would have less pension and benefit costs attached to the positions that have been attriting out.
No, it doesn't. The way the city budget works is they look at our authorized positions, and the salary account is funded to the authorized positions, and all that would happen is money from the salary account would have to be moved and other funds to pay the overtime.
Well, I've heard otherwise from other elements of the department, so I would hope that they would be able to make their arguments so we can understand where on this continuum the truth lies, because we're hearing a lot of different things from a lot of different people in the department and trying to figure out, all of the folks that we're hearing from are people that we consider credible, and we're hearing different things from people that we would like to rely on. So it's very hard to make a decision with that being the case.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. I understand that this matter is supposed to discuss the full budget, not just the fire department aspect, and we do have about 45 cards now, speakers that are waiting to be heard. Sharon So? Sharon So.
Hi.
Then we'll go to
I
Ms.
just wanted
Hahn.
to respond to Mr. Koretz's question with regard to hiring a firefighter versus overtime. Remember, when you hire a firefighter, there are pension costs associated with that position, as well as health care costs. So when you actually compare the cost of 1 hour of overtime versus 1 hour of a regular firefighter, because the pension costs are close to 40% in contribution this year, as well as the health care, which is roughly $10,000 to $11,000 per position, it's almost a wash between 1 hour of regular time versus 1 hour of overtime.
Thank you, Ms. So. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Chief, I just wanted you to I know we're going to talk about this a lot more, and regardless of how you answered all the so-called myths, I think the perception and the reality is that we are definitely losing some equipment and staffing and services at some of the fire stations. One of the things I would like for you to explain a little bit more is this thought that you would evaluate certain stations, certain needs, certain seasons, heightened risk, and possibly reevaluate the plan. What would you base those criteria on?
Currently, what the department does is we have various trigger points where we pre-deploy resources, whether that be out for brush season, where we'll send engine companies into our brush areas, which we'll staff with overtime, or if we staff up other resources for pre-planned events. What we're looking at for the trigger points would be, looking at over 1.3 million incidents over the last 4 years, we can see trends. There's definite trends in the times of day when we have the most dispatches and the types of calls that we get in those times of day, and then based seasonally on what types of calls that we get. The easiest are the brush incidents we get.
Thank you. And here's what I have a problem with. Station 38s, right? We are next to the Port of Los Angeles, Port of Long Beach, clearly a potential target for a natural or a man-made disaster. The community of Wilmington sits on more pipelines than any other part of this city almost combined, not to mention the presence of refineries, which we know at any moment could explode. So I have a real problem with the criteria of planned events or brush fire season or trends on calls. That community every single day lives in proximity to a real potential disaster. There will be no warning. There will be no trend. There will be no record of calls based on that. So the fact, in my opinion, that you are taking away staff and equipment from 38s is a very short-sighted, irresponsible decision, and I would like you to reevaluate the plan for that station. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation, and thank Chief Hicks for what he has done as well. I got a real problem. My problem is the isolation of the Pacific Palisades. Right now, as we are here, we're reconstructing the 405. We're redoing the Sunset Bridge. Right now, while I'm standing here, the Santa Monica Incline construction is beginning to happen. The two ways into the Palisades have normal gridlock problems every day getting and going. But with that heavy construction, timing is everything. A week ago, the Santa Anas kicked in. Everybody starts freaking in their physicalness, goes in the eyes and the mouth. And in the Palisades, the first thing the people in the Palisades think about is, oh my God, we're going to have a brush fire. Oh my God, we're going to have this house burn and the other house burn. They get very uncomfortable. If we didn't have all that construction going on, everybody who lives there, 30,000 folks, every day as they come and go from the Palisades, we have problems coming and going because of the gridlock on the west side. Now on top of that, the construction is happening. It becomes for us a real personal issue of safety. That is why I've taken a strong position against shutting down the fire engine company in the Palisades and Palisades 69. The community is up in arms. No matter what discussions I talk about how this modifications could save money, could be restructured, could make things a different way. The only thing we really care about is our safety. And right now, our safety feels threatened in the Palisades, and that's why I cannot support the Chief's plan.
Thank you very much, Councilman. And as much as you care about your constituents' safety, the fire chief cares about your constituents' safety, and in all 15 council districts, all 106 fire station districts, and all 4 million residents. He wears that every day. And the two things that you talked about, sir, the brush, the Santa Ana's blowing, the brush time, we pre-deploy for that, so we take care of that. And the same thing with the traffic situation, that's predictable, what time we're going to have that gridlock. And we can do the same thing and move a company up into the Palisades if we see that there's a gridlock traffic situation. Those are things that we can handle, sir, based on moving the resources that we have. Again, we have 90 engines. With this deployment plan, there's 90 engines out there covering the whole city. We will have 42 trucks covering the whole city, 121 ambulances. The people in your district aren't just protected by what's in 69s, they're protected by the entire city, and we can bring all those resources to bear like no other agency in the United States.
You know, I appreciate that overall response time. I appreciate that on a red flag day you stopped that modified program. But the truth is, with the new construction on the 405 and on the PCH, that's added reality during the day and night that we didn't have just a month or two ago. So it becomes more problematic for us. And I don't think the timing factor can be resolved. I understand when it comes to medical emergencies, it's the fires that are the problem. And if that's shut down and we have all those other issues piled on us right now, it just becomes something that gets us more concerned. You cannot bring a truck up the PCH if they're going up the incline. You cannot bring one from Sunset if that's under construction at the same time. It's the timing of it. That's why the Palisades feels isolated and fearful that it would affect our safety there. That's why we can't go along with you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I want to ask the CAO. Mr. CAO, how much is in the reserve fund in this budget?
The mayor's budget has $177 million.
Okay, so what's been do you know, or does anyone from your staff know, and what it was percentage-wise 10, 15, 5 years ago as far as the reserve fund?
In our report, in the mayor's budget, it lists the last 10-year trend in the reserve fund. Your policy establishes a reserve fund at 5% of the general fund, and in the last 10 years, we hit that once.
That's okay. I'd rather break a policy of a bank as opposed to not be able to help the people as we want. And I know there's challenges, and I know many... Don't wait, Pat. You may not clap after I finish what I'm saying. I know there's challenges, and many of you I personally know who represent this city so finely. But I want to, when we come next week, to look at that reserve fund and see if anything is there that we could ask ourselves a question. I know we have a policy, we want 5%, but if we did take something from the reserve fund, we knew it's an investment that's going right to public safety, because every day is a gamble. The other thing, Mr. CEO, I asked you to do, and I stand to support Ms. Hahn's concerns, how can we talk to the Harbor Department about a station that has the influence of the great ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach? That's key. And with all the other monies, whether it's the Homeland Security monies or whatever that is, I think that's real key that we ask the Harbor Department in this time to fund that. Because I remember 1974, I think, was the last San Sandian, I believe it was, which is a major explosion that affected the whole community. That is key for us to look at it. I like the idea of monthly reviews, Chief, that you spoke of. I want this not to be permanent, if any of this is to come to bear, but be reviewed. And I also want a full study, with not under the pressure of a budget, on the analysis and a joint labor management where you could look at ways to try to find economies. I remember when the police ran the ambulances out of fire stations and they worked 8 hours, okay, in the fire stations after they left the police department. That transformed to something else. Could there be, in stations with 4 and under, a 5-person, two-engine, a paramedic company that ran together? I don't know. All these things to look at how to best serve the people with the limited dollar that we have. We do know the earthquake is going to come again, and our first responders are absolutely in each neighborhood, which is the fire departments and our companies. So look at all these things in preparation for next week's review, because I do not like to be able to reduce in a way. And I know at one time they were looking at a station in one part of my district, and they looked at a station in another part of my district. Everywhere you go, there's people. And that's all we're here to serve, is people. So to try to find a way to maximize it. And also, I do not believe if there's a need for administrative personnel at this time to review, find another way, Chief, instead of spending $1 million to review personnel complaints instead of hiring 9 civilians. I just think if someone does something wrong, that's the chief and the Board of Rights or whatever is there to deal with. And I don't, at this time where it's so critical, I'd want to staff in the firehouse more of that. And lastly, to those who are on the edge of the cities, whether you're in the Sunlit Tujunga area or the Palisades, it's tough because you're far away and there are traffic. Traffic is a big, major concern about mobility. We got a lot of work to do, everybody. We got to find a way to find common ground, and I hope to be able to be a solution finder for all of us in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Chief, I'd like you to please clarify. I was a bit shocked by Councilmember Rosendall's comments. I just want to make sure we understand exactly what's going on with that station in the Palisades. One of the bullet points that I'm looking at as I keep reading this plan is that no fire stations will be closed. Yet, unfortunately, yes, but I just want to clarify, there's a big difference between a fire station still being in existence and still having staff, still having people there to respond to emergencies, and closing a station. So what exactly would happen at that Palisades station, or the station that provides service to the Palisades?
Yes, sir. The station at the Palisades will retain its staffing. The current staffing there is 12 individuals. That's 6 firefighters on a light force, 4 on an engine company, and 2 paramedics, firefighter paramedics, and a paramedic ambulance. We're removing the staffing from that engine company, the 4 members. So there'll still be 8 members assigned to that station. They'll still have the aerial ladder truck and the pump, which gives them the additional flexibility of acting as either a truck company or as an engine company, and the paramedic ambulance will remain there. That engine that's being removed runs an average of 1.5 calls per day, and we felt that we had an opportunity there to redeploy that staffing. It was underutilized, and to put it in a place that it would be utilized.
Now, comparably, on another part of town, what's a higher end calls for such a facility?
Well, our average calls for our engine companies, a single engine company, a single resource would be, I believe it's about 8.7 calls per day.
Okay, 8.7 calls per day versus 1.5 calls per day. So basically, your plan is based on the numbers when it comes to what kind of responses are being required of each one of our stations, and what kind of calls are being required from each one of our stations?
Absolutely. We look not just at the numbers, but we look at the makeup, whether they're EMS or non-EMS type incidents, and then we also look at the hazard in the area and how limited the access is to the area, how isolated it is, and how long it'll take for a like resource to get to that district.
Okay. Now, you've come up with this plan because you just wanted to cut resources from your department. What caused you to come up with this plan, and what was asked of you that resulted in this plan?
The modified coverage started because of the budgetary shortfall. It gave us a temporary, short-term fix to the budget. But we were tasked by both the mayor and the city council to come up with a long-term structural change and a deployment model that evaluated what we do every day and to look for efficiencies. That was both a challenge and an opportunity for us, because it did cause us to do a detailed analysis of exactly what it is we're doing and exactly what the needs are in each district. And how our resources are deployed. And the fire chief put this deployment plan forward because it feels it more closely matches our resource deployment, our resource levels, with the actual needs based on the call load in each of those districts.
And what dollar amount was your department asked to shoot for when it came to restructuring your department on an annual basis?
The budget that we were given for this fiscal year, sir, is $480 million. But the fire chief asked us, we were tasked with looking for a deployment model that provided for public safety, firefighter safety, and service delivery. He asked us to look for savings, but he kept that caveat that it had to make sure there was a minimal increase in response times, and that it provided us that coverage and an ability to surge when we needed to.
And it basically comes out to an excess of about $50 million a year?
About $53.6 million, I believe, is what they're estimating.
Okay. I know it's not popular, but I just wanted to applaud you for the work that you've done, and I think this is a model for every department in the city, that we should give every department the opportunity to strive for meeting the financial number during this financial crisis that the world and this country and the city is going through, and also being able to run your department based on what we've hired you to do, which is run your department. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I know these changes in the plan as it stands calls for a decrease in personnel in different stations. When we factor in some of the infrastructural pressures that we have, in particular the GO line, in the northeast area of my district, as it emerges out of the Union Station, it travels through Chinatown, through Lincoln Heights, through Highland Park. At Highland Park, there is a phase it goes through. It's called street running mode, which means it slows down to 20 miles per hour. It follows all the lights, all the traffic lights, has all the bells and whistles. We've had incidents in the past where there's been an accident, there's been a collision, and what I'd like to request is a report back in terms of, given the decline of personnel in the Highland Park station and in El Sereno, which are the two stations that are closest to the light rail line, what would be the procedure, what would be the response? Where would the personnel come from if we do have a decrease in Highland Park, which is essentially the station is literally about a block away from the line itself, and the El Sereno probably would have been the backup, but that's also being looked at for a decrease. But if we have a collision, a major incident, where does the personnel come from, and what would be the response time? Because it is a different type of incident, a different type of complexity when we're dealing with a light rail line. Residents are right across the street. Residential housing is literally about 30 feet away. And we did it with the utmost confidence that at that time it was designed. The fire captain, the fire personnel gave us the greatest advice and input. But now with these changes, we've got these red flags, and I just want to see if we can get a report back on how that would be responded to address a major collision or a major incident on that line.
Absolutely, sir. We can do that because currently with our current deployment modified coverage, those same resources are closed, so we'll just be able to give you the actual response times and the actual companies that respond to calls, those type of calls in those districts today.
As we respond to our community advocates and our community stakeholders, I'd like to have with confidence have a response that's based on real analysis.
Exactly, and it'll be, we won't have to use the modeling software, fortunately. We'll be able to use real-life events because, again, those companies are closed today as part of modified coverage. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, we're discussing today the overall budget. I do have some comments about the fire stuff, and we're not voting here today, but I do want to get back overall to the budget as well, because I think it's critical while we address ongoing concerns. We've had some very patient firefighters who have been here all day long, as well as the concerns of council members, that we also tell the story of what this budget is as well. So I have a couple questions for the CAO, and then I'll press my button again to address briefly some of the fire issues as well. Compared to where we were last year at a similar time in terms of both one-off funding to fill a budget hole and proposed solutions that weren't yet material when the budget started, for instance, the parking meters and stuff, how would you compare where we are this year to where we were same time last year?
We're certainly in a much better place than we were a year ago. We were in a situation where we weren't quite sure as to how much would be generated through the various reductions that were made. And we were still in the middle of a dispute with a coalition of unions that would have budgetary implications throughout the year. Today, the mayor and the CLA have proposed a budget that is balanced, that really seeks to eliminate as many vacant positions as possible without any layoffs. It really reflects, maintains the structure of city government as you've said as a priority. The challenges that we're facing in the future is that we've basically have cut to the skeleton of the city, and we've made significant progress in reducing the structural deficit. We're facing a deficit for fiscal year 12-13 that's going to be closer to $280 million, but a year ago, it was closer to $500 million. So it still hasn't been eliminated, but it's going in the right direction. We're clearly not out of the woods yet, but we could start seeing some light at the end.
A couple things. The furloughs, this budget predicates itself on furloughs being eliminated for a number of employees, correct? Based on the ratification of recent labor agreements with some of our civilian employees?
Yeah, that's correct.
About how many employees have ratified that to date? Is it close to 10,000 or so?
Yeah, about, as I indicate, about half of the coalition employees.
And that will go from a proposal, if that hadn't been ratified, of 36 days of furloughs down to a much lower number. They're no longer furloughs at all, but there are some unpaid holiday days.
Four unpaid holidays.
Were those days that people would be working anyway, or no?
On those 4 unpaid holidays, it's during we're targeting the Christmas to New Year period.
But those reflect holidays that in the past people didn't work but were paid for anyway?
Yes.
Okay. So 36 times about 10,000 employees times about 8 hours a day, we're talking about a restoration of more than 2.5 million hours of services to the people of Los Angeles in this budget. That's a very, very important point, colleagues. We have worked really hard on these things. It's actually good that we have, compared to last year, I think we probably had 80 unresolved issues. We probably have 1 or 2, one of which we're talking a lot about here today, and it's important for us to address. But that is a significant accomplishment, not because it is about internal work, which it is. We want to treat our employees well. We want to protect benefits. We want to compensate people in a respectful manner. But our first job, of course, is the provision of service. Our firefighters and paramedics know that. Those folks that roll out in a Bureau of Sanitation, every city employee knows that. And to be able to be putting back 2.5 million hours of services to the people of LA is an accomplishment everybody should be pleased with. Secondly, looking at some of the structural reform, how are we ending those furloughs? And in this budget, how do we get that, how have we gotten that $500 million basically cut in half? What are the structural, not the one-off, but the structural reforms?
The most significant is elimination so far of 4,000 positions that have taken place in over a 2-year period. This budget adds to that and close to 700 additional positions that are being eliminated off the books forever. The reason why that's significant is that there's not only a savings related to the elimination of the funded position, but when we now calculate what our pension costs and our retiree health care costs are, as well as our health care for our current employees, we do it using a smaller number to multiply that with. And so it has a ripple effect now on our pension and health care that provides ongoing structural savings. The deployment plan that's being presented to you will add to that structural savings significantly. It will provide an ongoing reduction to the cost that we have projected in the future.
Okay. We aren't taking a vote today, and my time's up. I know, Mr. Parks, if you'll allow me, I think you're the only one on the queue, if I can go for just a tiny bit more. I do want to address the other issue that we've talked about here today in a way that I think will hopefully be a bridge of coming together between what folks have been talking about. If we were talking about there being no closures of any companies right now versus what you're proposing, I don't know how in good conscience any of us would stand up and say, yes, please go from 0 to 18. That said, 22 on an average day that are closed around the city of Los Angeles, communities need to know that about that right now. That is the situation here right now. But I also know that last year we all said there would be 2 priorities for this city should we get additional revenues that come in. One was libraries. In the midst of the year, Mr. Parks, authored, Mr. Labange and I co-authored Measure L. Ms. Perry and others helped. We raised money outside of here, and we passed Measure L against the opposition of some, but to restore the intention in the city charter of making sure our libraries, which had been closed on Mondays, could be reopened. The second priority area we said, besides libraries, which were closed for that 1 year for a day, was the fire department. So I think part of the problem here, when I hear my friends who are the firefighters who every single day are out there answering calls, is, wait a second, this is permanent. While we might say there's 22 that are closed today, you're talking about a permanent closure of 18. This council passed something that said whenever there's new resources that come in, we would put that back into the fire department, which means that, forget whether we call it permanent or temporary. Let's say you come to us with a plan to do 18 rolling ones right now. So maybe folks would be less upset that there is some permanence to it in the audience from our firefighters. We'd still have less service than if there were 0, but they'd be rolling now instead of something that was set in given places. Either way, it doesn't show our intention, and more than our intention, our word and our obligation that as more dollars come in, to put those back. Now, in my private conversations when I've been briefed on this plan, you have reflected to me this is not a permanent plan, in the sense that whatever dollar you get right away of those 18, you can go down to 17. This is the first one that would be prioritized based on the software. Then it would go to 16 based on the software, 15, 14, 13, etc. So I'd like us to work on something where we maybe take away what we're talking about as permanent, because I think that's our word to the people of LA. It's certainly been the word to our employees. I know it's something that you'd rather have us doing as well. I mean, the fire department has been respectful of what the mayor asked you to close and done it in a much more professional way now than, one thing I always respect about the union comes here and says we don't need a lot of administrative overhead. Doing this daily with 22 is a lot of administrative work, and why should we be cutting the line folks when we're putting so many resources into administrative work in something that's highly inefficient? We want something that is a plan for the year or for the first few months, etc. And I think you presented something that allows that to happen. But I want to say to everybody who's in the audience from our firefighters union, to the people of Los Angeles, and remind this council, we have already passed something that obligates us as we get new dollars to make sure that those closures, that's the first priority. And as we look at that, that should address some of the fear in our communities, should address some of the worries that people have, and ensure that the bottom line, which is what is that response time going to be? Because when the members of the public said that here, they're absolutely right. That's how we should judge ourselves. What is that response time going to be? Nothing short of that. And second to that is what is our firefighter and paramedic safety? Because there are people who put their lives on the line, and if they don't have the backup and the people and support, we shouldn't be asking them to go out there with anything less than that. I'm proud to have authored and worked with this union to do things like the 10th Man, to be looking at other things in the past years when we've had the resources to make sure that firefighter safety has been paramount as well. So we're not voting on any of this today, but it is a reminder to this council, an assurance to our firefighters and to our community that obligation is in place. And our vote ultimately next week should ride, and certainly mine will ride, on whether or not we have those response times down and whether we've done a more professional way of putting something forward and not calling it permanent.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We'll hear from Mr. Parks, then Mr. Koretz.
I'd just like to make one comment to the colleagues that have not been here a long time. One of the things you may want to do that would help you understand what the fire chief is asking us, just take a moment and call your bureau chief at the LAPD and talk to them about patrol plan. And this same identical discussion was held 20 years ago when there was a debate amongst city communities as to what was more important, property crime versus violent crime. And the deployment, often people disagreed, impacted properly on either one. So do you deploy in a sense of property crime, which there's significantly more, or do you deploy where you spend more time dealing with a homicide, a rape, and a variety of crimes against person? Patrol plan was invented out of that whole debate. And now, because the same situation, that you can go back and evaluate what occurred in the past, you can keep track of the hours spent on the types of calls, you can then project what you can deploy, and when you see those figures come from LAPD about what they're deploying, it all comes out of a computer and patrol plan. And it's taken, now you ask the captain, can you survive without patrol plan, where it used to be done in a box and a sharp pencil? They would tell you no. And this is something I think the fire chief should be commended to come up that he came up with a plan that doesn't say 106 fire station should be deployed identical regardless of the workload. He's gone back and looked at all of these issues that we've asked him to look at, come up with a computer-based analysis to go by need. And I think if you ask the captains, you ask the people in the police department about patrol plan, they will explain to you just how that works and how much they depend on that analysis in order for them to determine, is it 8 cars that go out, if it's 15, is it what numbers of shifts. These are things that come about from that kind of analysis. So I just ask between now and Wednesday, if you have that opportunity to talk to LAPD, your bureau chiefs, your captain, and get an understanding of what patrol plan has done to modernize their deployment.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I don't know if this is an appropriate time to comment on this or not, but just on a general basis. I mean, when I got here, one of the first things I said, which ticked off a couple people, was, I don't like what we've done to the fire department, and I don't feel comfortable voting for this because I generally don't vote for things that have the potential to kill people. And some of my colleagues got ticked off and said that I overstated it, but that's how I feel, and a couple of years later, we're still doing the same thing. And I think we need to send a message to the mayor, and I think we need to send a message to the city that we don't want to do this on an ongoing basis. And I haven't decided what I'm doing this year. I don't know if we have the time to resolve this issue fully and find a way to fully restore the fire department. I don't know that the dollars are there. I don't know how we can do it. But I think we need to send a message to the mayor. Don't bring us back another budget next year that cuts these fire resources. We as a council don't want to do it. And even though we're talking about, well, we can restore some of the budget, and I hope that we will, and I think that's a good commitment. This is still a plan that's designed with an eye towards permanence. We're talking about 3 years more of attrition. We're talking about this as an efficiency. We're talking about trying to plan this out as something we can do on what appears to be a somewhat indefinite basis. And I think we don't want to do that. I know my constituents don't want us to do that. I've heard from them loud and clear. So I want to say, I, for one, this is the last year I'll vote for this kind of cut, and I'm hoping we find a way to restore it this year. I don't know that we can do it as of July 1st. I think we'll have to do something, but this is the most uncomfortable and probably, in my mind, the least intelligent thing we've done in the budget process. And in the whole time I've been here, the third budget we've looked at, and I'm not going to do it again. And I hope we can find a way around this now. This is a big mistake now and a big mistake to continue with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koretz. And now we begin with the public. Oh, sorry, Mr. LeBon.
I just want to, with all due respect to Bernard Parks, there's a difference between the fire department and the police department greatly. So we know that. Behind every captain that we talk to in the fire service, there may be 5, 6, 7, 8 administrative positions. Behind every battalion chief we talk to, there's one staff assistant, and now some of those are going to be cut. I do support staff assistants in understanding that. I do believe in modernization. I understand there's tradition. I remember walking into firehouses, and they have a journal that they write, who's working today. There's technology we can look at. I don't like Paul, what you just said was so true. In this budget challenge right now, as we're an enterprise, as a business, having to make these decisions that have not been maybe fully vetted. Also, other regions of the county have a variety of services that are not even comparable to ours, but if you base the city on the region and the overall daily population, there's more people in Los Angeles proper than other municipalities. So these challenges, there's more infrastructure like the harbor, like LAX, it goes on. So there's a lot of things that have to be put on the table as we go forward. But Mr. CAO, I do not want this to come as this is something we're going to eliminate forever. This is a path that we could take if there's this challenge that will bring services back. And the fire chief will have to determine that the most statistic chances, because it's all a chance every day, other than the harbor, and I can say where there's big resources, other than downtown where there's high buildings, is these things. And on high hazard days, yes, the companies come up to that. Chief Vermontre did a wonderful job for the people of Los Angeles in getting medical services at every station. That was a transformation change that took time. And that's 83% of the call load. Now as we do this here, just this year, the growth, because of the higher rains, has caused, and I used this display, from ankle high a month ago to hip high to now shoulder high to even higher than your height of growth in the hills. So there's a challenge for us every day. So we have to look at it, but Mr. CAO, in addition to any trust funds that are sitting there that maybe we could say, okay, the trust funds for the matching funds for candidates. The next election is 18 months away. If there's $14 million sitting there, maybe we borrow $7 and say we're going to work it out. And as we do it, because the toughest thing we'll have to say is to someone who said our policy didn't allow us to do it. We have to try to staff it there, and it is different. The thing in the police department, if 14 people show up, then they two in a car, there's 7 cars. If 10 show up, that's what, there's a teamwork. This is where we may disagree a little on the Chiefs plan. The Chiefs plan does provide stability of a team of people working together every day, which is, I know I've had firefighters express to me, and in some stations that I've been in, they've expressed a positive to what this plan is, to bring some stability to it. So all these things, as we come back to, I want you to look at everything and as a path to go forward, if this is a challenge, and it is. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Labange. We'll go to the speaker cards at this time, and I will start in Van Nuys, and then I will come back here, and we will line up 5 at a time. People are, excuse me, Mr. Walsh, you're going to have to sit down until your card is called. Please sit down. Please sit down. Speakers will be allowed 2 minutes each, but I would also ask that you not repeat comments made by other speakers, and if possible, limit your time to 1 minute, as we have 47 cards here. So first we will go to Van Nuys, to Cynthia Zenios. Is Cynthia Zenios still there? Rosalie Castanon? All right, looks like Van Nuys is empty. So I'm going to call you five people at a time. You can line up at the podium. First speaker is John Walsh, Lisa Bauer, James Tracy, Maria Dueños, Lisa Bauer, James Tracy, Maria Dueños, and Jim McQuiston.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Notice the chief has left. Throughout his entire presentation, he was chewing gum. That's how disrespectful he is. He did say there would be an increase in response time, which would be variable throughout the city. Now I'm going to repeat what Warren Furutani, not John Walsh, not this nerd, what Warren Furutani of an elected assembly member said. He said, if you cut fire service under the mayor's plan, you are openly inviting a terrorist attack by Al-Qaeda. I didn't say that, and it hasn't been said since he said it. Now, I am saying to Al Jazeera, please take a copy of this, and I want a story on Al Jazeera. I want you to realize that Barack Obama, where is Barack Obama? That's a good question. I'm asking the New York Times. I'm asking Al Jazeera. I'm asking NBC. It isn't me that said it. It's a Democrat assembly.
Mr. Walsh, I'm going to have to ask you to stay on topic, or I'll go to the next person.
Whether the cuts in fire service is an invitation to world terrorism. Now, if that's not the subject, it's the fire cuts. And why is it? And I'm telling you, Janice Hahn, she's running for Congress. Fine. Let people know. The whole world is watching. Why is this occurring? Antonio Villaraigosa. And I'm asking you right now, I'm telling you right now, that this tape will play 6 months or 9 months from now all
Okay,
over
thank
the
you, Mr.
world.
Walsh. You're off
If
topic
there-
again. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Lisa Bauer is our next speaker. I'm going to have to turn your mic off, Mr. Walsh. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Miss Bauer?
Hi.
Okay, let's ask Mr. Walsh to exit the chamber for using vulgar, sexually laden language. And that'll be 30 days. We'll see you in 30 days, Mr. Walsh. See you in 30 days. Ms. Bauer.
For the council members that stayed, thank you very much. I see you and I recognize that you care, and we care too, as you know. I'm here in support of our fire department. I'm getting a lot of mixed messages here about, oh no, nothing's being cut, but then things are being cut, and it's a little bit confusing. But what I do know, I believe, is that in Station 35 is going to have cuts 35% of staff, as well as we're losing one of our engines. And we don't want that to happen. I want to remind you that Los Angeles is one of the wealthiest cities and one of the wealthiest states in the United States. You can't ignore that. We have a lot of money. The problem is not a lack of it. The problem is irresponsible budgeting. And when you think about budgeting, think about the absolute basics for a city. We need a fire department, and don't touch that. We need a fire department, or a police department, excuse me, don't touch that. Education, libraries, all good things. But then there's a couple of, not so necessary things on our budget. I'm not going to go into that because that's a huge conversation. But for now, I want to let you know we love and need our fire department. And there shouldn't be any cuts to that. People will have, serious issues. We're in a city that there are fires, brush fires in my neighborhood. And so I urge you to reevaluate this budget and send it back to the mayor and say, no, this is not good enough. We love our fire department and we support them 100%.
Thank you very much, ma'am. James Tracy.
Thank you, distinguished members of council, and I appreciate a couple moments here to express a couple thoughts that I have. I'm James Tracy, and I'm here representing on behalf of our aging senior citizens. And it seems like during tough financial times, it's the poor and the needy and the destitute and the underrepresented that are in the crosshairs for cuts in budget. And I'm one of strong faith convictions, and I believe that God blesses those individuals, organizations, churches, cities, and even council members who are also considerate of and bring provision for those who are the most vulnerable and disenfranchised among us, and I'm thinking about the senior citizens at this point. And I'm asking, please do not contract out or privatize the Robert Wilkinson or Felicia Mahold Senior Citizen Center's services, because historically, and we've seen that when you do privatize these things, there's a decrease in quality and services, and also it becomes an actual increase of cost rather than a savings. And when I get to be 80 or 90 years old and I'm creeping about my apartment trying to survive on my meager city pension and dwindling Social Security, I would be very appreciative and encouraged by a properly trained and encouraging person to come smiling with me to my door and with a nice nutritious meal and easing the burden of having to go to shop for groceries, and also to have a place to go to a park with programs to have community interaction. And so, even if you don't believe in God, there's karma. And I don't think she'd be even pleased with denigrating senior services either. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Dueños. Following Maria will be Jim McQuiston. Is Mr. McQuiston still present? Mr. McQuiston. And then Lori, I guess it's Geluz? It's G-E-L-U-Z, I think. And then Mary Grant. Is Mary Grant still here? Come on up. And then Frank Lima. Maria Duenas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Maria Duenas, and I am here to bring the voice of my neighborhood, District 4th, the one that houses the largest park, the urban park in the country. My neighbors and friends are very concerned. I learned about the cuts for our Los Angeles Fire Department. Fire Engine 35 is closing. We haven't been able to sleep. We are worried. We feel unsafe. I am here because we went out on the streets, knocked doors up to 10 o'clock. We went to Children's Hospital, Kaiser Permanente, elementary school principals' offices, and nobody knew about this. We know that in this room, and I am sure in the entire nation, nobody wants to see people die because of the lack of fire engines in their neighborhoods. I am here to urge you, and I want to thank Mr. Rosenthal and Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Hand for their very nice words. I think I will sleep better tonight knowing that you care. Please, this is not about pointing fingers. We need heroes, and these are my heroes. These are my heroes. I love them. We want to keep our 2 fire trucks. We have a huge park. We have children's hospitals. Please work this out and tell the mayor we need the money. God bless you and keep on doing the good work.
Is Jim McQuiston in, and the officers will take your envelopes from you, ladies. Mr. McQuiston, it doesn't appear that Mr. McQuiston is still here in the chamber. Lori, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I can't read your writing.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Jalous, and I've lived in Wilmington all my life. 11 years ago, if it hadn't been for these firefighters, I wouldn't be here. But I do have a letter from Juanita's Foods, which is the maker of Menudo or Menudito Menudo, and they are in support of this, and I'd like to read it. It says, "My name is Mark Delatorre. I am the CEO and owner of Juanita's Foods, a third-generation family-owned business located in the city of Wilmington since 1946. I am proud to say that I and other generations of my family have been long-time residents of Wilmington. Sadly, over the years, Wilmington has been in a steady decline. Fiscal assistance to this community has been challenged compared to other neighboring cities. This community lacks the attention that it deserves. The local fire department has been a pillar of our community for more than 62 years. Our business has called upon the services of the fire department at various times over the years. On one of these occasions, if not for the timely response of this local unit, our employees may not have survived. The thought of reducing or losing the fire department staff or their services would be detrimental to the residents and businesses of the city of Wilmington. I respectfully request that you reconsider any reduction or elimination of this fire department staff. I would be happy to make myself available to discuss any support that I might lend to ensure the fire department remains intact. With warm regards, Mark Delatorre, Juanita's Foods." Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Grant?
Gant.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Gant. I am here today on behalf of over 2,500 Wilmington residents who have signed petitions in which we submit to you today to voice their opposition to the Los Angeles Fire Department redeployment plan, which would eliminate critical equipment and resources from Wilmington Fire Station 38 and 49. The residents of Wilmington want you to know that they understand the budget constraints the city of Los Angeles and the fire department are under. We understand the concept of shared sacrifice. We've been sacrificing for the last umpteen years for the city of Los Angeles. But we believe the LAFD fire redeployment plan does not take into consideration the everyday risks, hazards, and burdens put on the community of Wilmington as a result of the Port of Los Angeles, the economic engine of the city. The surrounding oil refineries, the hazardous businesses and industries as outlined in a map we've included in with our petition. Every day, the residents of Wilmington live with the risk of hazards of possible fires or explosions of 4 oil refineries, loss of life or personal injury on the streets of Wilmington from the transport of goods, to and from the Port of Los Angeles by truck or by rail, or the release of hazardous materials from businesses and industries located in Wilmington. Wilmington residents feel that the redeployment of resources from the community will not only jeopardize public safety, but could have a severe financial and environmental impact on the city of Los Angeles and the community of Wilmington if vital resources are delayed to respond in such catastrophic events such as refinery explosions or fires, rail car derailments, or the release of hazardous materials as a result of an accident or caused by acts of terrorism. Wilmington residents urge Los Angeles City Council members to stop the new LAFD staffing proposal that would eliminate Light Force 38, a fire company in Wilmington made up of a hook and ladder truck and a pumper truck staffed by 6 firefighters and the Rescue 49 ambulance services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frank Lima.
Frank Lima, United Firefighters, Los Angeles City. Once again, the fire chief had Chief Cummings come up here and try to sell to you that nothing's going to change. The service is going to go down. We can't provide that same level of service. It's just not possible. And to have a computer tell you any other way is nonsense. Now, the chief, he did some good lobbying. Council District 6 over there with Tony Cardenas was the only one clapping, of course, because nothing in his district's being cut. You know, with the computer system, with life safety, they don't go together. You see fire hydrants on every cul-de-sac, every street in the city. But there could be a fire hydrant that hasn't been turned on for 20 years at an emergency, but it could be the most important one that saves lives today. Fire Station 9, you talk about the call load. Well, Fire Station 9, they're eliminating a fire engine, and that's traditionally one of the busiest fire stations in the entire nation. So how do you describe that one? And to talk about a call load, oh, well, the Palisades maybe only gets 2 calls a day. Well, you know what? You can't predict and anticipate hazards. And right across town, you could have that same truck in Westwood running their 10 or 12 calls a day, but you know what? 8 of them are to the VA, 8 of them are to Building 48 at UCLA, and they hardly ever leave quarters, but their run stats say they have 10 runs a day. You can't anticipate fires. At 1 in the morning, taking a dried Christmas tree out, you could have dead children. It's not just pre-deployed during the brush. And I've been taking out kids behind barred windows when they've died in Lemert Park at 2 in the morning. Okay?
Thank you,
Restore
Mr.
the
Lima.
service. Thank you.
Thank you. Now down to San Pedro for Cynthia Zanos. Is Cynthia in San Pedro? Okay, I got a card from Cynthia.
Good
Okay, there she
afternoon.
is.
Joy Cunha. I am a resident of Wilmington, and I'm here in support of our fire department. And I oppose the closure of Truck Company 38. We need their vital services. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, we have the next 5 speakers. Al Chin. Al Chin. Is Al Chin still here? Okay. Peter Repovich. Kim McGill. Richard Smith. David Chavez. And Danae. Is there Danae here? All right, Danae, come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Repovich, Director of Los Angeles Police Protective League. City Hall struggles to come up with responsible budget solutions became even clearer on Tuesday when the Budget and Finance Committee proposed 6 furlough days for police officers beginning in January. Committee members were not open to the mayor's idea of borrowing $42 million to get the city through the coming year. They proposed a different plan instead, which includes budget cuts, additional budget cuts, furlough days for sworn police officers and certain firefighters. We already are putting 540 police officers on forced time off to avoid paying them overtime. On top of this, 154 officers are filling critical civilian positions, and at least 60 more are working at the jail to fill in for detention officers the city won't hire. Every 100 officers pulled from the field work to backfill civilian positions roughly equates to removing 30 police cars citywide. This dramatically impacts the LAPD's ability to respond to calls and keep crime down. The League hears from its members every day how they are spending more and more time in stations doing administrative work instead of addressing crime on the streets. We are stretched too thin. We must properly allocate our experienced resources. The Budget Committee is threatening current officers with unnecessary and irresponsible furloughing. The mayor's budget will be presented to the full City Council Tuesday, or today, with the voting set for next week. Over the past year, the League has offered many ideas that save money while preserving public safety. The PPL has achieved its good...
Can you wind it up?
Continue?
Your time's up. Thank you. Kim McGill?
Good afternoon to the City Council. My name is Kim McGill, and I'm here with the Youth Justice Coalition. We are issuing a report today. We've met with several City Council officers already on the report called Cross the Line, and it urges you to recognize fully that public safety also includes youth development. We're here to argue for youth jobs, youth intervention workers, and youth centers open in Los Angeles. The budget allocation recommendations that we're making ask for a transfer of 1% of the law enforcement budget, both at the city level and at the county level, which would give us overall $100 million a year, $100 million a year without any cuts to personnel for young people. That in turn would fund 500 full-time intervention workers at a living wage, who are also first responders at the scenes of homicides and shootings, who are also providing safe passage for young people to and from school. 50 youth centers open from 3 p.m. to midnight at a budget of $500,000 per year per youth center, of which LA has almost none. And 25,000 youth jobs, not the 5,000 proposed to cut in this year's budget, but 25,000 youth jobs for just 1% of the law enforcement budget. We know, and you guys have also recognized this in creating the GRID, the Gang Reduction Youth Development Department, and in passing the nation's first gang intervention model, that public safety includes youth development. We know firsthand at our center, where in the past year and a half we have buried 23 young people, that it's intervention, youth jobs, and a youth center being open and available to young people year-round that saves youth lives. For more than 40 years, LA has led the nation in locking up our youth, and in youth violence, and in youth homicide. On the west side, 1 in 78,000 young men will be victims of homicide. On the south side, South Central LA and Watts, where all of us are from, 1 in 2,200 young men will be victims of homicide. It's time we led the nation in lifting our youth up, not just locking young people up and...
Thank you very much, ma'am. Richard Smith?
My name is Richard Smith. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Youth Justice Coalition and Youth Development. I'm just going to witness to the need for these funds. I grew up in South Central and East LA. I ended up going to UCLA and getting a doctorate in philosophy. I taught at Cal State Fullerton for many years. I had schizophrenia. I had very difficult experiences as a youth in Los Angeles. I ended up killing a man. I went to prison for 24 years. I've seen these young people come through your prisons. I've seen what the prisons do to them. I've seen them on the streets and how difficult it is for them. I know one of the biggest problems is for these young people is just the notion that there is a possibility, that they have an opportunity. When you come out of these areas with these handicaps, you don't realize you could actually do what I did, work your way through college, get to UCLA, get a doctorate, make something of your life. In my particular case, tragically, I ended up taking a poor innocent man's life. I ended up spending 24 years in prison myself. I know about this. I know what the need is. If you don't put money into these areas, you're very foolish. These young people are going to end up in your prisons. You're going to spend $50,000 a year supporting them there, and they'll be back to be a problem on the streets. So what can I say? You need to put money into youth development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Chavez. David Chavez?
All right, good afternoon. My name is David Chavez. I'm currently a teacher at the Youth Justice Coalition Free LA High School. Today I just wanted to say this. In a city of angels, you'd think our youth would be full of hopes and dreams, that all their futures will be bright, given chances to succeed. But y'all in power don't listen and hide behind your smoke screens. You'd rather put more cops in the streets, filling our ears with helicopter propellers and siren screams. Y'all need to be investing in youth centers and getting more youth to read. Invest in peace workers to bring unity among neighborhoods in our communities. Instead of y'all getting bonuses and succumbing to your own greed. And do we really need to be paying over $300,000 a year for one police chief? Shoot, give us that money so our students can get some free healthy breakfast to eat. Or give out 10 $30K scholarships to pay for our youth's college fees. Better yet, let's cut the police budget in half, along with all your salaries. With that, we'd have over $500 million to invest in bringing up our own humanity. And get a few steps closer to that mountaintop seen by Dr. King. Because really, all our youth are trying to do is catch up to their dreams. But right now, you're all on the ship watching us fight upstream. Does it really make you feel good to see your constituents living in poverty? No need to answer, because I already seen your car. Damn, must be nice riding in foreign luxury. Turning that key brings back memories of our segregated history. And for those of you who are descendants of enslaved people, what would your great-great-grandmother think of you if she was standing next to me, seeing their great-great-grandchildren turning into their own community's worst enemies? Please take these words to heart and take them personally, because when I speak to you, I'm speaking to me. In La Quech, you all are my reflection, even if you refuse to see. So stop being blinded by your egos and career fantasies. Let's all get served at the table like a real family.
Danae, followed by Roy Stone, followed by Renisha Matthews, followed by Claudia Gomez, and then I think it's Jude Solari. Okay, Danae.
All right, peace. My name is Donna N. I'm also a youth organizer and teacher at the Youth Justice Coalition. Let me ask everybody this question. Are we satisfied with the world that we're living in? There's a snowstorm in the desert. There is something wrong, y'all. When California is #1 in prison spending and #50 in education, y'all should be outraged. Do not be conformist and live for the moment. Be a visionary and live for the next 7 generations. Don't be satisfied with the budget cuts. Budget cuts are like preservatives they put in food. They still have the product, but it's fake and rotten inside. It fills the stomach, but it sure ain't healthy for you. What kind of world are we creating? This goes beyond this building. This goes beyond to what you're sitting in right now. They say it takes a village to raise a child, but how can you raise a child when the village is burning? LA has been left burning since 1992. With the city this large and with no youth development department, it clearly sends a message that there is no love or hope for our youth. We've got more youth, black and brown youth, in cell blocks than in colleges. Are y'all proud of that? If the voices and words you're listening to today don't move you, you're in a serious coma. And don't say that y'all don't have the funds or resources, because if y'all could fund the largest prison expansion in the world, there is absolutely no excuse. Another world is possible. Imagine it. Imagine a world without borders and prisons. Imagine a world without guns or police. Imagine people were guided by their hearts and not by laws or by money. You may say that this is impossible or that this is a utopian dream, but this world exists. I've seen it at the Youth Justice Coalition. Imagine more youth centers that can create peace within the belly of the beast. Support our youth. Who are we? YJC. Thank you.
Roy Stone. Roy Stone? Is Roy still here? Okay.
Hello, it's just dull me.
As Roy Stone, President of the Librarians Guild, I'm here to ask you to honor your commitment to the people, as you've heard, to the youth, to the fire department. We need to maintain our fire department, our recreation and park services, and your commitment to the library department. To honor the commitment you made between the City Council made between the laid-off library staff, librarians and clerks, the commitment to the city charter, to honor that so that they get rehired before anyone else does, before as-needed, at-will employees with no benefits get hired to attempt to provide service. The issue is providing, as Councilman Reyes said, secure service and safe libraries for people. We need to have our hired staff back. We're asking you to honor the commitment you made to the public for Measure L. So service, safety, hire our employees back first. Thank you.
Renisha Matthews.
Is the time started? Okay, so I'm Renisha Matthews. I am a youth organizer at the YJC. How did I end up where I am today? Being a youth in LA with no hope, no mother, no father. Father's in jail, mother's an alcoholic, no guidance, no mentors, no nothing to show you the way. The only way I'm going to get is destruction, self-destruction and destruction from the city, because there's nobody to help me, to show me, to guide me, to let me know that I can go to college, make it from where I came from, and get through. All we asking is for just 1% of the law enforcement's budget, which will help many of our youth, which is going to be the future of today. And where will you guys be when our youth are where you guys are sitting? But we have no clue of what to do, so everything is just going to be even worse. All we want is mentors. We need youth centers, youth development, jobs, things that'll help us not be out here robbing, sticking, holding you guys up for what y'all got in your pockets, but helping us get something in our pockets too. But people don't seem to understand that out here. So that's why we're here, to tell you guys, to help us. We came up with an idea for the budget to redirect without nobody losing any of their jobs or anything such as. There.
Claudia Gomez.
Hi, my name is Clara Gomez, and I come from the Youth Justice Coalition as well. I'm actually just here to share a personal story. When I was going to school 3 years ago, I graduated in 2008, and that was when the economy was going bad. They were cutting a lot of money from education. Summer school programs were being cut. After-school programs were being cut as well. And now I hear that in LAUSD, the summer school program is actually cut for good. So, you know, what does that leave us, the youth? You know, when we don't have school, what does that leave us to do? You know, in our vacation, we're just going to turn to the streets. We're going to turn to, you know, an easy way to make money. And with this 1% that we're presenting, that we're, you know, going for, we're just going to get 25,000 youth jobs. That'll take us out of the streets, youth that really, really need it. I mean, we need it, but there's, you know, kids that their parents are on welfare, that they have no way of living, that are living in the streets. And, you know, with these with the $100 million, you know, for the youth centers, for the jobs, for the intervention workers, for our programs, I mean, we're here to see a better tomorrow, a better generation, a better future for ourselves and for our kids. I have a daughter, and I wish that, you know, when she goes to school, we're not facing, you know, these budget cuts in school. I want her to have like a great education, go to college, graduate, and see that her kids are going to be well off because of what me and my organization are doing. So please just, I encourage you guys to go forth and think about this 1%. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jude Solari, followed by Jade, all right, Jade, and then Jayton Davis, then Anna Muniz, then Angie Roman, and Cheryl Parisi.
Hi, I'm Jade Salary. I'm from the Youth Justice Coalition. Every day, I live on a block where every day there's youth walking around having nothing to do. They have parents that don't really care about them or don't have the money to provide for them to go to the high-priced places to have some fun, you know? And, like, it's sad because they resort to other things like gang banging or selling drugs or even robbing people. And so with the $100 million, it'll be good because it will provide more youth centers for them to go to, so that they'll have something to do, so they won't be out in the streets and just out there. They'll have some education for them. They'll have some activities for them to do, something just to basically not have an idle mind. And so the gang intervention workers also will help them out, because there's a lot of kids that want to get out of what they're doing but don't know how, and the gang intervention workers can help them get out of whatever they're in. And so, yeah.
Jayton Davis.
Hello, my name is Jayton Davis. I'm here on behalf of YJC, and I would like to support the 1%, because I feel that if we had all these centers in place of and there's nothing there, you know what I'm saying, in my community to go to outside of home, and home's not always the best place or the safest, because, people have problems there too. So we need somewhere else to go to, or another alternative, and the only other alternatives in my neighborhood is gang-related or, trying to get some money coming up or something and leading to prison. So, out of those two options, I would feel that if we had somewhere to go to, an outlet, we could grow from there or whatever as far as the youth, because they coming up wild, really, where I live or whatever, and I don't see too many alternatives coming from the police as far as to protect us. I see more things used against us than to protect us, like tasers and guns and batons and all pepper spray. I don't believe that's going to help anybody in my community get better or stop doing what they're doing. That's self-destructive or whatever. And I believe that all the alternatives that my school has came up with, as far as we do actions, we go to colleges, we do all type of things that fill in my time to where I don't have to think about the negative. So that's just me, and that's how I feel about the 1% and supporting it. So that's it.
Ana Muniz.
My name is Ana Muniz. I'm a sociologist at the University of California, Los Angeles. I'm also a proud member of the Youth Justice Coalition. The police currently monopolize the largest portion of the city budget. For the past 4 years, I've conducted rigorous research on the criminal justice system in Los Angeles, including within the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. I would like you to consider 2 findings relevant to these budget discussions. First, the claim that Los Angeles is under-policed compared to the nation's largest cities, and thus in need of the 4.7% increase in funding requested this fiscal year, is untrue and can be refuted by systematic evidence that you have in front of you. Moreover, the police are an institution that costs the city millions of dollars in lawsuits and other spending each year. Secondly, police never have been and should never be the first line of public safety. I urge the mayor and the city council to take steps that will save money and the lives of youth in Los Angeles. Specifically, support the Youth Justice Coalition's proposal to redivert 1% of the funds currently used to police and lock up youth, and instead invest in community intervention workers, youth centers, and youth jobs. And work to establish a Department of Youth Development independent of police and probation administrations that will administer these funds. Thank you.
Marilyn Cortez, Angie Roman, and Cheryl Parisi.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Marilyn Cortez, and I want you all to support the 1% so we can open more youth centers. And so different cities have other type of youth centers like ours, so that ours won't be the only one around the neighborhood. Since we have a lot of students coming in, and sometimes we can't let them all use our computers, or we can't also help them in the way that they need to be helped. And we also have a wait list, and we also want to open other schools so that we can send them to that school, and we will have a wait list, and all these kids will be waiting at their homes. We can redirect the 1% so that we can use it so we can build more schools, and then we can get more textbooks and other stuff that school needs, since our school doesn't really have that much. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Angie Roman.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm a union representative. I am the vice president of my local, which is 3672, which is the executive administrative assistance for the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to talk about one of my members that's losing her job. She's being displaced because they're moving the Office of Finance and Treasurers together. They told her they can't find a job. Why can't they find a job? It's one job. We have specially funded departments that have vacancies that they do not want to fill because they want to save for their personnel. This is one person. She supports a family. She has a husband who hasn't had a job in 2 years. She has 2 children. I says, can't you help her? She's a 23-year tenure employee. Most of that time it's been with the city of Los Angeles, the police department. We as a union have sacrificed. We were the first to ratify this amendment with Garcetti, and we voted for it. We started out with 122 executives. We are now down to 95. And as in our department, we were told they were not going to fill the positions of execs and secretaries. As we leave, we are the backbone to our general managers. And sometimes we are the only administrative staff that they have. We sacrifice for you. Why can't you sacrifice for us? We've been here for you, for your general managers. We back them up. Please do the same for us. Thank you.
Cheryl Parisi.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Parisi from the Coalition of LA City Unions. We have submitted to you 8 suggestions to improve this budget. I only have 2 minutes, so I want to focus on some core recommendations, but I ask that you review them all carefully. There were many youth here today talking about the way in which they feel abandoned by the city and the city's budget priorities. It's clear that that is the case. The retrenchment in library department and recreation and parks. This budget cuts over $2 million from the as-needed budget, workers who provide direct service and actually employ youth as summer day camp counselors and the rest. It proposes to contract out, to privatize, and close down senior citizen centers at Felicia Mahood and Robert Wilkinson. This is a travesty. The library department, we all collectively worked very hard to pass Measure Al, and now to be told that the librarians and clerical workers who were laid off last year will not be brought back, will not be afforded their rights under the city charter. That is a tragedy. There is, I think, an appropriate fix in this budget, and that was the use of one-time financing for one small piece of the deficit. To utilize that money to fund the ERIP payments, one-time costs, we ask that this full council restore the use of the commercial paper, that you add it to Rec and Parks and the library department. This influx of revenue to these departments will restore in Rec and Parks the $2 million cut in the as needed. It will restore and give funding to be able to not kick out senior citizens, to be able to maintain those services, and to provide additional revenue, $1.9 million, to bring back library workers to serve the communities.
Thank you. William Shaw, Jason Elias, Heldis Topple. Is Jason Elias still here? Okay, he's gone. Okay. Heldis Topple. Okay. Julie Butcher. Okay, Julie's still here. Arnold Sachs, is Arnold Sachs still here? And after Arnold Sachs will be Patrick Hart. William Shaw.
Good afternoon. I am not a firefighter or a government employee. I have no dog in this fight other than I am a citizen of the city of Los Angeles, and so I rely upon the fire department for my fire safety, the police for my law enforcement, and other obvious truths like that. I think it's really ludicrous that we're even considering cutting law enforcement or fire protection when there are so many other areas to cut. I live in Council District 13. In my general area there in the last month, we've taken up about a mile of perfectly good sidewalk, so we could replace it with a new sidewalk that had pigment added so it would be, quote, more aesthetically appealing or artsy, whatever you want to call it. 6 months ago, we were discussing in the council here how plastic bags were basically Satan's gift to Satan and a plague on our city. But last week, we installed a plastic bag dispensing station on my block, and we're installing them all over. There's one in front of the new police station. So if these bags are so bad, why are we dispensing them? I think that would be an area we could cut. I've heard Mr. Corrett say he usually doesn't vote for bills that kill anybody. I guess the exception is when it's in his personal interest or there's something to be gained from it. I mean, it's just what goes on here is mind-boggling, the hypocrisy. We should not cut our police and fire. There are first responders. I've heard, it's okay to cut all of them except the Harbor District or everybody except Pacific Palisades. You know what? I say don't cut any of them. The elitist attitudes of various members and things are just mind-boggling. The rules of decorum are printed there, but yet when the chief is speaking, much like right now, we got everybody having their little sidebars and discussing snacks and other issue. We should at least exhibit some respect for the chief.
Thank you very much, sir. Holdus Topple.
My name is Holdus Topple, and I'm here for the Pacific Palisades Community Council, and I also represent the Marcus Knowles Property Owners Association at 1,250 homes in Pacific Palisades. I would like to stress that while I focus on Palisades, the problems we have in the Palisades are not unique, and there are many other areas in the city that share our issues in terms of fire safety. Pacific Palisades is remote and is isolated, and Councilmember Rosendahl has already addressed that very eloquently, so I won't repeat his speech. We really appreciate his support on the issues. I'd like to add that with the reduction of the engine in the Palisades, we will be left without fire coverage at all when the equipment responds to a life-threatening emergency, since the engine and the ladder truck accompanies the ambulance at the time, and that's all we have left. I would like to add also that the Palisades is on the northern boundary fully covered by brush, by state park land. That land is not cleared, so when the fire chief says he has 200-foot separation from the brush, that is not the case on the northern boundary. And during the budget hearing, again, Councilman Rosendahl has expressed his support for addressing that issue. We sit on a powder keg in the Palisades, or all areas that are adjacent to State Park. A fire chief has once called it adjacent to a refinery, and I'd like to refer back to Janice Hahn's comment that there is no good or bad day for a fire to break out, either when you're sitting next to a refinery or on top of pipes or next to State Park. I urge you to not approve a cut. Thank you.
Julie Butcher, Arnold Sachs, and then Patrick Hart.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about one small piece, but very important for the coalition and for SEIU. The idea of using part-time traffic officers is a really silly idea. If ever there was a classification that needs civil service protection, vetting, background, making sure people who take cars, have access to confidential police information, are fully vetted. So the notion of low-wage, part-time traffic officers, we would ask, there's clearly a better way. The same amount of revenue could be generated by hiring full-time traffic officers. We'd be happy if someone would sit down and talk to us to work out a way. There are jobs in the city that are endangered. These are folks that could be moved into the 47 vacancies, but to use part-time, unbenefited, unvetted, unmerit-based hired traffic officers, as is happening already, is a really silly idea. And we ask that somebody step up and ask somebody to stop being silly on this one. This little one. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs, followed by Patrick Hart. And after Mr. Hart will be Lavette, it looks like Guy.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Councilman Garcetti, you had partially right as you compared this year's budget to last year's budget. Last year, the ship was sinking. Controllers said we're going to go broke. But you ended up the budget like over $200 million in the reserve account. Now you have almost, $25 million less? So how come the difference in $25 million? By the way, the discussions by the mayor, including the pension reforms for the police and the fire and the workers, but DWP, where are they in the equation? Oh, that's right, no change. So who's pulling their engine while the other union workers are forced to pick up their tab? 18% higher pay. Maybe you could find some savings in getting them to contribute to their pension funds also. I mean, it would be equitable. Because they're part of the city family, aren't they? And let's not forget the DWP. This time last year, you can't make a transfer of $74 million of the $220 million that was promised for that fiscal budget. So when was the next transfer made? Let's see, April, May, June, July, August, September? No. October? No, because that's when you were discussing the parking garages. November, December, January? No. The next transfer was made just past April. So that means in 2 years, is that what's going on with the DWP and these transfers? They made transfers for 2 years? You know, when things are good, it's easy to hide the money. When things go upside down, then you become accountable. I suggest more looking into that transfer rigmarole. $200 million, a little over $200 million in April, to be spread over 6 months partially.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Patrick Hart, followed by Lavette. Is it Lavette Guy? Is she still here? Okay, well, you can just, does she want to speak separate and apart?
Yes.
Okay, then she can come up too.
She's at work.
Oh, all right, great. All right, so it's just you. Patrick Hart?
Yeah.
Judy West, Nancy Volpert, Phyllis Dougherty, and Daphne Gronich. All right, Patrick Hart.
My name is Patrick Hart. I live in Pacific Palisades on the west side overlooking Temescal Canyon Park in a 1948 home. The last time we had Mayor Zaragoza visit us was on May 14th, wherein he said to the Pacific Palisades Chamber of Commerce, "I want to move here someday. I tell people all the time, public safety is my priority." Well, last night at the Pacific Palisades Community Council meeting, we Palisadians were told by the mayor's representative the true reason why our Station 69 is losing one entire engine company. I am addressing my comments to the entire City Council and in absentia, Mayor Zaragoza. Please pay special attention, Councilman Bill Rosendahl, Councilman Wesson, Councilwoman Perry, and Councilman Parks. This is what the mayor's representative told us. Exactly. What we're doing with police and what we're doing with the fire is we're trying to get a fair distribution of resources. Now remember when the software, showed the distribution of where the fires were, where the calls were. The calls were at stations in districts 8, 9, and 10. Council members Wesson, Perry, and Parks. You are familiar with those areas they represent. Now, speaking of the Palisades, he went on. We want to be honest with ourselves. I mean, this is a great neighborhood. There are advantages here. There are safe neighborhoods, great homes, great structure, a really staunch, good community. Most everybody here probably has health care. That's my guess. In those neighborhoods where there has been a reduction of services, most of the community doesn't have health care. Most of the community relies on the LAFD as their principal health care.
Thank you, sir. If you could wrap it up. Thank you. Judy West? You can submit it, if you'd like to submit it as part of the official record, I can have one of the officers take that. Okay, they're on the side. Judy West and then Nancy Volpert.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy West. I'm the president of Local 741, AFSCME. That's the Rec Assistants and Rec Instructors for the parks. Our communities are the victims of this budget cut for Rec and Parks. $2 million will be taken from as-needed employees, which would eliminate hundreds of Rec Assistants and Rec Instructors. As these needed employees, that we are the frontline workers for the public, for child care, for the senior citizen services, day camp, and after-school programs. You want to contract out senior citizen centers like Wilkinson and Felicia Mayhood. The staff and programs would be outsourced, especially the senior nutrition program. In case you don't know, outsourcing means there's less for the patrons, but you bet it's going to cost them more. We take care of the children and the seniors in this city. We watch out for them when their families and their parents can't. Rec and Park needs $4.2 million to allow restoration for the cuts. There is an easy way to solve this problem and restore money to our department. To solve this problem, you need to restore the commercial paper to fund one-time ERIP payments to extend to Rec and Parks and the libraries. I also don't understand why Rec and Parks and the Library Department are the only departments that now have to pay for their water and power. Aren't we a part of the city too? Please keep in mind, if we aren't at the parks for the kids, the gangs will be, and then it's going to be very dangerous for all of us.
Nancy Volpert, followed by Phyllis Doherty, followed by Daphne Gronich. Is Nancy Volpert still here? Nancy Volpert, okay, it appears that she's gone. Phyllis Doherty, Daphne Gronich. Is Daphne here? And then Janet Turner, are you still here? And Stephanie Taylor. All right, Phyllis Doherty.
Phyllis Doherty. I'm a member of the Greater Park Elysian Neighborhood Council, and also I'm speaking as an individual who owns a great deal of property and pays quite a bit of property tax to provide especially fire service. We live in very, very dry areas, Echo Park, and I also live in Monterey Hills, and I'm hoping that Councilman Huizar will realize that we could become an inferno there, especially if there are cutbacks in the fire stations in Highland Park and El Sereno. There is no way to protect that hill, and it's very, very, very dense with condos and townhouses, and it would all go up. We're surrounded by oak trees and dry brush. You know that I worked for the City of Los Angeles. What you don't know is that also for 3 years I was administrative assistant to the fire chief for Santa Ana Fire Department. I also ran the dispatch units and supervised. I'm extremely aware of what happens when you have cuts in fire departments. There's nothing more unforgiving, more indiscriminate, more unpredictable than a fire. I have seen people jump from upper levels of buildings onto concrete and die. I've seen fire engines come back in, and all they could say is, "We just made another parking lot." And the firemen all have tears in their eyes. The worst thing is the nightmares that they tell you about when they wake up and they see the faces of the children that have just burned to death in cars because they didn't get there in time to save them. And just that few seconds or that few minutes could have made the difference. They have to live with that forever, and so do we. So I hope that this is the one department that we must particularly protect in terms of revenue. We do not want to make more of those memories.
Daphne Gronich.
Good afternoon. My name is Daphne Gronick. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of Fire Station and Engine Company 69 in the Palisades. And I am here to oppose the deployment plan before you as it relates to at least our fire station and our engine company. Obviously, we would oppose it for the city as a whole. Frankly, but for the mayor demanding that the fire department take a $53 million cut, the fire chief would not be recommending a plan. Given that, it's clear that the plan is really being proposed for budgetary reasons, not because it's going to increase the safety of the citizens as a whole in our communities. I would urge the city council and the fire chief to tell the mayor that the mandated cuts are unacceptable and to try to find the money to avoid them. The detailed computer analysis that resulted in the fire chief's recommendation only looked at statistics for the past 3 years and do not take into account the unique topographical nature of Pacific Palisades and the serious wildfire risk in our area, combustibility of the vegetation, particularly after the rains we've had this year, and the fires that we've had in our area in 1978 and close by in 1993 that could have spread there. Those that ignore the past are doomed to repeat it. Brush fire clearance in our area hasn't happened in the parks, it's not happening in the state parks, county areas, and we're surrounded by them. Our homes are in the middle of them, the areas are hard to reach and are getting harder to reach with increased traffic. The population is expanding and we're getting fewer firefighters. As I was told by someone evaluating cancer recurrence risks, statistics and trends are irrelevant when it comes to one's personal things. It's either a 0 or 100%. In the last 3 years, although 83% of calls may have been EMS-related, tomorrow 100% could be fire-related, and a few minutes here or there could mean life or death, or the destruction of an entire community, or the city as a whole. Given the remoteness of our area, we would urge you to oppose the plan and find other ways for the money. We have petitions we will be submitting. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll have one of, you go to the side, someone will take them for the official record. Janet Turner, and then Stephanie Taylor, then Cynthia Villanueva, Jacqueline, I think it's Chile, and then Fred Dowell. All right, Ms. Turner.
Yes. Good afternoon. Janet Turner, Chair of the Pacific Palisades Community Council. Last night, the Pacific Palisades Community Council voted unanimously with an audience of over 20 residents supporting us to oppose the LFD deployment plan for 2011-2012. As you already know, Pacific Palisades is an isolated community and a well-known high fire risk. Chief Richmond at the meeting last night confirmed the following information. On most days, this plan will cut Fire Station 69's manpower by 50%. He confirmed this last night. We've already been told that there will be times when Station 69 will have to choose between going to a fire or going to a major medical emergency. And for those of you who want to come to the beach, let me reassure you that now, at 50%, the jaws of life will be on the ladder in the station and will not be able to be used because there won't be the manpower to get you out of a collision on PCH or Sunset Boulevard. Gentlemen, ladies, public safety has to be your first concern. You need to reshuffle the budget dollars and put the money where lives are going to be saved. It was the sentiment of the residents of Pacific Palisades. Reevaluate your police budget. We also gave you a motion here with suggestions from the budget advocates on ways that you might be able to raise money, and we ask that any additional money that comes into the city or from the concessions of the unions, of the fire unions, to go directly to the fire company. And I thank you for listening.
Stephanie Taylor.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Taylor. I'm from the Green LA Coalition, but I'm also a member of the Los Angeles Parks Alliance. It's an alliance working to ensure that park services are preserved for the most disadvantaged, underserved communities. We've been following the Recreation and Parks budget for several years, and every year we grow increasingly alarmed because of the cuts. And like the firefighters in the police department, the Recreation and Parks Department provide critical, vital public safety services. I'm here today to speak to you on a couple of key issues that we want to impress upon the council, and behind me there'll be 7 speakers that will go into more details. But I'm here to follow up on 2 things today that I'd like the council to follow up on. And the first thing is to evaluate the chargebacks. The chargebacks are the fees that are charged to the Recreation and Parks Department that used to be picked up by the general fund, like the utility bills, the sanitation and pension costs, and also to improve transparency in the budget debate, particularly around the chargebacks. So I'm going to highlight 2 very quick points, and the details are provided in the handout that was given to you this morning that leads with Save LA Parks. And in there you'll get more information about some of the particulars on the chargeback and some of the legal questions that we're researching and are concerned about. So the first thing is the Recreation and Parks' ability to provide services are in jeopardy because of the chargebacks. And secondly, treating the Recreation and Parks Department as a proprietary department is wrong. And it reverses 86 years of charter mandate. We, particularly around the issues that are on the back of the handout that raises some legal questions, it goes against the charter.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Cynthia Villanueva. Following Cynthia will be Jacqueline Chile, and then Fred Dowell.
Hi, my name is Cindy, and I'm an organizer, community organizer for the Los Angeles Parks Alliance. I do outreach and civics training programs in South LA, Northeast LA, and Watts. I organize communities to take charge to represent their parks and recs. Lately, there's been a lot of cuts, and their concerns are that you are replacing teamwork, organized recreational activities with drugs, gangs, and violence. There's fear and loss of hope in every single one of you. There's not many options for these people in these neighborhoods, and you guys know that. There's a sense of helplessness because they do not feel they can count on you. They want you to make the proper decisions in order for their success and their children's success. You need to respect the people and their wishes. Parks for them makes lives better. It takes away guns, drugs, and violence. As an organizer, I walk among the projects, the low-income neighborhoods. If you go there to visit them for 5 minutes in a publicity stunt, you're not making any difference. You need to go there often, and you need to see the way they live and how little they trust you. Don't take over their parks because they have very little options already.
Jacqueline, is it Chile?
Chilin. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jacqueline Chilin. I stand here before you to let you know that rec and parks cannot endure any more cuts. We have worked hand in hand with LAPD, General Services, LAFD, city council members, and among other city agencies to keep our parks safe. We cannot regress back to 10 years ago where our parks were full of drugs, crime, etc. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. We need to keep the bad elements out and keep our parks safe and available for families and communities to enjoy. We want to keep good elements in and keep our parks safe. The families and citizens deserve your voice, and I am here to represent them. We urge you to stop the cuts to recreation and parks and keep our community together. Save our parks.
Fred Dowell.
I would say good afternoon, but I've been in this morning. I work for Rec and Parks, and I'm also a union representative. I guess everybody said what I was going to say. That's just, we need to try to restore some of Rec and Parks' budget. And also this cut of the part-time people would really affect Rec and Parks in many ways as far as custodial. I know they mentioned office work and summer camps, but it would also affect the custodial part of it too, because our part-timers do help the full-timers out quite a bit in taking care of our restrooms and also taking care of our parks inside and out. And I won't take up a lot of your time. Thank you very much.
Stephanie Vendez, Judy Swanson, Ann Patty, and Marilyn Cortez.
You get that? My name is Stephanie Vendig, president of GPAC Club from Griffith Park Adult Community Center of Rec and Parks. Our club partners with the facility director to provide quality programs focusing on the 50-plus population. GPAC stores opened in 2008, thanks to Mr. LaBonge and Mr. Garcetti, who helped us through this advocacy. In 2010, we had 867 members. I have also been on the RAP with the Silver Lake Recreation Center on the PAB board. My concern is with the budget cuts that are affecting our senior centers, their staffing and programming. It has been assumed that individual centers could generate their own income. General recreation centers may be able to expand their classes, sports program, and day camp for additional income, but senior centers operate differently. They do not have the same opportunities. Unlike youth, seniors come to their centers throughout the day to take part in activities that maintain their health and their social networks. The staff makes it possible for the facility to provide a seamless, user-friendly structure for seniors who depend on these places for the quality in their daily life. This is from my point of view. General recreation centers and senior centers should be evaluated separately for budget decisions because of their different mission and ways of operating. A general recreation center may be able to survive because of cuts across the board, but a senior center may end up being totally non-functioning with the same cuts. There should be long-term planning so that the reduction of programs and staff does not result in the gutting of the whole system of serving seniors. Long-term planning should be developed by the people who are impacted by the Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Judy Swanson.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. I'm Judy Swanson. I'm a member of the MacArthur Park Advisory Board and a part-time employee of the RAP family. Today, Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa spoke about the dream of Los Angeles. We all know he's a dreamer, but he's not the only one. I speak today on behalf of our Recreation and Parks dream to keep funding for the beneficial programs for our youth and seniors at MacArthur Park. Recreation and Parks Department does not generate revenue to keep vital programs going. We depend here today on you and your informed decisions to help us. We are not complacent in this. We know you can't pull funds out of a hat. We on the MacArthur Park Advisory Board are exploring creative ways to bring outside funding and investment into our community. MacArthur Park is world-renowned. We can make it a showcase for the city. Our dream come true, we ask for you, honorable council members. to help keep the funding stream going from MacArthur Park. And we do have a new program. I'll just mention it quickly today. It's for the summer. It's called the Environmental Heroes Program. And it starts out with a little fun action of cleanup in the summer. Of course, we don't have funding yet, but like I say, we are exploring creative ways to make our programs work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ann Patty, and then Marilyn Cortez, then Ana Muniz. I think Ana already spoke. And then Pat McCosker, if he's still here. He spoke already. Mike Roseberry. Is Mike Roseberry still here? Okay, come on up, Mike. Okay, Ann Patty?
Yes. Good afternoon. Permit me to introduce myself. You know me by name now, but I'm a senior citizen and a voter. I live alone. My children live in San Diego and Bothell, Washington, as do my grandchildren. So since being widowed in 1995, I have made senior centers a central focus for my life to alleviate my loneliness. I've made Wilkinson Senior Center my home away from home. And now I am faced with the solidarity of my life and my times to be taken away from me. I understand that the Wilkinson Senior Center has been sold or given to the Valley Interfaith Council. We at Wilkinson, all the seniors, had no voice in this decision. We were not advised about anything. How will the VIC affect us? No one has given us, the seniors, any insight into the future. We've played bingo. We go to classes for different languages, crafts, dancing, instructions, at no charge, except for bingo, of course. Now what do we have? When I was unable to drive myself to physical therapy, shopping for food, doctors, etc., Wilkinson Transportation was my angel. Will we still have this much needed help? We offer trips for recreational purposes for our seniors, and every 2 months we have a listing. This newsletter is sponsored by the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks and the City Los Angeles Department of Aging. Will we still have this lifeline? No one has told us anything. I have made calls to missing Mr. Smith, to Mr. Mitch Englander, and then there was a gentleman who came down, I'm sorry, just another moment. His name is Charles Shivers. He came down and he said the information and assistance, dropped all these business cards, one of his assistants. He didn't come in person. No answers to any of the phone calls. We're not throwaway people. We are senior citizens. We deserve a voice in what is going to happen to us.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
I don't like the fact that our lunch program is going to be doubled in price.
Marilyn Cortez. Marilyn Cortez, is Marilyn here? Okay, and then Ana Muniz spoke. Pat McCosker has spoken. Mike what's your name?
Sorry, I forgot to do this.
Okay, he'll take them. He'll take those from you. Mike Roseberry. Following Mike Roseberry will be Mark Kleckner. Is Mark Kleckner still here? Mark Kleckner, are you here? Okay, Mark Kleckner does not appear to be. Yeah, you going to speak? That means pass. All right. Okay, Mark Kleckner is passing, and then that would be the end of Mr. Roseberry, you will be our last speaker today.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. I came today to speak for stakeholders in the Northeast Los Angeles area. We find ourselves in shock because of the city's proposed budget cuts. All of you profess that you support the people of Los Angeles, yet it's a shame that we have to be discussing and voting again regarding more budget trimming to especially the fire department. What happened to the health and safety issues regarding this topic? Isn't saving a life worth more than a budget figure? How many people have to suffer from the lack of quick response to their emergency? Asthmatics, children, diabetic people, that might go into a coma or people with severe medical needs. If the fire stations in your home area were being browned out, would you feel safe? We don't think so. The community that we live in also has brownouts leaving the equipment there but no personnel, and that's response time. Again, we also have a brush fire problem that needs the fire companies that are familiar with the areas. Many of us do not feel safe at the moment. Many of us would not be averse to a 0.5% tax of some sort to help fund the fire department. Please think hard on these budget issues. Also, if the fire department budget is cut radically, this will be remembered by the voters. Can I enter this paper? Yeah.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of our speaker cards. And then marks the end of our public comment period. Mr. Clerk, what is that? Mr. Parks, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'd just like to give an update on the scheduling. It's for everybody's calendar. Monday, there will be no special council meeting regarding the budget. On Wednesday, May 18th, the budget will be presented at the council, the proposed budget and all of the committee reports. If we do not get it resolved on Wednesday, it's planned to start again on Thursday at 9 a.m. at a special council meeting. And then on the week of May 23rd, the budget resolution will be presented to the council after its deliberation. This is for the official action that must be taken by the council to adopt the mayor's proposed budget as modified by the council. So that's in the week of 23rd. And Madam Chair, if we can ask that on what we've done in the last couple of years, that on Wednesday, if we can allow staff and council members to come in casual clothes, but with shoes.
That'll be fine. Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Must be a senior.
All right, we're going to continue this matter to Wednesday at 9 a.m. without objection. And what's the next matter on our agenda, Mr. Clerk? Just for the record, the public hearing on this item is closed. I said, for the record, the public hearing on this matter is closed. The item is continued until Wednesday, next Wednesday. Okay. Thank you. This matter will be continued until Wednesday at 9 a.m. Public hearing, as I said before, public hearing on this matter is now and has been and will continue to be closed. All right, there. Are you good?
Madam President, would you like to adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular agenda?
Yes.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused from 12 to 1 p.m. on July 15 due to city business. That meets council policy.
Without objection.
Councilmember Zine requests to leave at 11:30 a.m. on June 24 due to city business. A motion is required.
Motion by Mr. Huizar, seconded by Mr. LaBonge.
Madam President, the desk is clear.
Members, are there any announcements?
Yes.
Mr. LaBonge.
Started in 1958 and I continued to today, tomorrow at fire stations throughout the city of Los Angeles from 10 to 4. There'll be open houses at each fire station. You're welcome to visit your local fire station. And if you can, come to Hollywood Historic Fire Station 27, the museum, where there's a pancake breakfast between 8 in the morning throughout the morning. It's a Fire Service Day. Come and appreciate the work of the firefighters of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Members, any other announcements? Mr. Parks and then Mr. Garcetti.
We have three announcements. One, in honor of May being Mental Health Month for Youth, the Child Guidance Clinic will be having their 13th annual Family Fest, and that's at 3787 South Vermont, Saturday at 11 a.m. to 3. And also the annual Women's Health Fair at the Watts Healthcare Corporation at 10300 Compton will be held on Saturday the 14th, and certainly invite all of the public. And then finally, many of us have used the services of Lonnie on a lot of our projects. They're having their 9th annual community forum at USC on Davidson Center on May the 19th, and that will start at 8 o'clock.
Mr. Garcetti, then Mr. Zine.
Let's go. I think Mr. Reyes has a couple. Go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you. I'm hoping people will attend this. This is March for Peace in the Northeast.
Oh, yeah, that is important.
It's the May 14th Annual Peace March. It'll begin in Glassell Park, Senior Center at 3750 Verdugo Road, continues along Cypress Avenue, and ends at a resource fair at Nightingale Middle School at 3311 North Figueroa in Cypress Park. It is being organized with Victory Outreach. Captain Bill Murphy from the Northeast has been a very strong supporter. So the Northeast Police Department and the youth of the area. We anticipate some of the NBA players showing up from the Clippers. We'll have basketball workshop for kids. Come all, March for Peace in the Northeast. Invite my colleagues as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. That is very important, and I am out of town this weekend. Otherwise, I'd be there, but I'm going to make sure staff is there. And thank you for announcing that, Mr. Reyes. I also wanted to wish our colleague Bill Rosendahl a happy birthday this Sunday. I think it's the 2nd anniversary of his 33rd birthday, and we wish him well.
Good. Mr. Zine, did you have an announcement?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. The first item is the Tarzana Neighborhood Council tree planting program tomorrow. People are invited to come out and help us plant some trees along Ventura Boulevard. We're going to meet at the CVS parking lot, 18439 Ventura Boulevard in Tarzana. Come one, come all, and help us plant some trees. Also, we have a senior symposium tomorrow, One Generation Senior Richmond Center at 18255 Victory in Reseda. That's the senior symposium. I understand there's about 200 seniors that are signed up for that particular program. We also have the Greater San Fernando Valley Chamber of Commerce 100th birthday, celebrating an inaugural ball, and that's going to be tomorrow at the Reagan Library. We want to wish them all a very, very happy anniversary. And Mr. Garcetti, please don't touch me at this moment. Thank you very much.
Are you done yet? Thank you, Mr. LaBonge.
Saturday and Sunday, it's Big Sunday weekend. Big Sunday weekend, an event sponsored by Temple Israel of Hollywood, where community groups throughout Southern California and Los Angeles will do very special community projects. So a big shout out to Big Sunday. Go online, check out Big Sunday, and come and volunteer. Also of note too, unfortunately, but fortunately, we are going to be repaving Hollywood Boulevard west of La Brea near Temple Israel, so there may be some detours, but we are getting this roadway fixed thanks to the Department of Public Works. So Big Sunday this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Go out and help somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Now, members, if you would all please rise for adjourning motions. Mr. Huizar.
Mr. Reyes and I have an adjourning motion. I'll let Mr. Reyes begin.
Thank you, Councilman Huizar. Colleagues, as previously announced, former Fire Commissioner Joe M. Sanchez passed away on Tuesday, May 10th at the age of 77. Joe M. Sanchez Jr. was appointed by Mayor Tom Bradley in September 1973 to serve as a member of the Board of Fire Commissioners of the City of Los Angeles, thereby being the first Latino appointed to the Fire Commission in modern times. He was elected to serve as President Pro Tem of the Commission from 1973 to 1976, and as Vice President of the Commission from 1977 to 1978. As a Commissioner, Joe Sanchez distinguished himself through his commitment to the goals of the consent decree and the affirmative action program for the hiring of minorities by the Los Angeles City Fire Department, thus reinforcing the principles of social and equal justice through the employment of all people regardless of race, color, creed, or national origin. As commissioner, his leadership resulted in the increase in Spanish surname employees working as firefighters, paramedics, and civilians from 67 to 300. He increased the number of bilingual positions in the fire department from 12 to 119, while implementing the bilingual emergency training program to teach firefighters emergency phrases in Spanish, thus enabling them to communicate with the residents they served. Commissioner Sanchez also spearheaded the publication of fire prevention brochures in Spanish and a citywide study to assure equal services to all areas of Los Angeles. A true pioneer for his community and the city of Los Angeles, his contributions still resonate today, more than 3 decades later in the city of Los Angeles Fire Department. Members, what I just read right now are the words that were permanently embedded on a plaque that was placed on the wall of Fire Station 1 in Lincoln Heights. We dedicated this plaque last year on August 5th, 2010. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilman Huizar and Tom Labange, for helping us out and making this a reality. And for me, the reason why it was so important is that we had a moment in time where we gathered many of the leadership from the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s to celebrate his life. And as an activist, he was able to see the fruits of his labor and the hard work of many of the folks that were there. And just as important is for him to recognize how the youth are being impacted by his stewardship and his presence as a role model. Joe Sanchez is an activist, an entrepreneur, and a man of great charity. Mr. Sanchez is survived by his wife, Laura Belvedere Sanchez, sister and brother-in-law Dolores and Cal Soto, brothers and sisters-in-laws Nicholas and Lila Sanchez, Alfred and Laura Sanchez, Alex and Teresa Sanchez, and his 5 children and their spouses. Gloria Sanchez Alvarez, who is Eastern Group Publications managing editor, Mike Alvarez, Joe and Carla Sanchez, Michael and Christine, Sarah and John Ramos, Erica and Jeremy Hinthorn, and 24 grandchildren and several great-grandchildren. In lieu of flowers, the family has asked that donations be made in Joel Sanchez's name to La Plaza de Culturas y Artes. Donations can be mailed to 501 North Main Street in Los Angeles, 912. Services will be 9:30 a.m. on Monday, the 16th of May, at our Mother of Good Council Catholic Church, 2060 North Vermont Avenue in Los Feliz. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Parks.
I'd like to be added to that because...
Well, I think we should put all members on. Mr. Huizar.
Very much, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Reyes, for moving to add that plaque to Fire Station number 1, which is very symbolic of what Mr. Sanchez has done for the city, being one of the first fire stations in the city, and as well being the first in many respects for Mr. Sanchez. He certainly deserved that plaque and deserved the recognition. And that day, it was amazing to see the who's who of Latino politics and many others who came to pay their respects to Mr. Sanchez and for the work he has done. And even that day, he showed what type of person he was, a very respectful, humble, and proud person. And his legacy for the city is that, you know, when he was at the Fire Commission asking for more diversity, it's one of those instances where you are a minority, one voice, and for him to be advocating for that time against people who didn't want to move in that direction, it's a very lonely place to be, but he kept advocating and advocating and advocating. And you look at now at the city and the diversity that we have, not only in this horseshoe, but in our commissions, in our departments, and everywhere else. It is people like Joe Sanchez who put themselves out at that time. and his legacy not only in social justice issues, but as well in business. You know, his family owns Eastern Group Publications, one of the largest bilingual newspapers in the country, that adds a voice to what's happening in our local communities. That is something that many of us really look forward to reading, because it's talking about our neighborhoods, our local football team, our local people we know, institutions we know. This is a person who if you get to know, if you know people who have actually worked with him back in the 60s and 70s, he was a pioneer, but not one that was an elected official, not one that was often in the newspapers, not one that got a lot of praise for the work he was doing back then, but someone who was really in the trenches, doing the hard work, not looking for the praise. And my hat's off to him and all the work he's done. I know that somehow the work he did impacted my life in some way by allowing someone like myself, immigrant kid from the streets of Boyle Heights, to have the opportunities I did in this city. And for that, I tell him muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. Mr. Labange?
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about Joe is his fight. He was always there, and even it was very big struggles at those times to change. When you said there were 67 firefighters when Joe Sanchez became a commissioner under Bradley. When you look at all of Tom Bradley's commissioners, he was in the top tier of making change and real change. I had the pleasure of being his council member. I had the pleasure of seeing him in church, and if I missed church, he would tell me. Over the years, these last several years, he had to struggle. When he couldn't walk, he had a walker, but he always made Mass, and was tremendous. His wife Laura, visiting in his home too in his late stages of illness. He smiled. And Ed, what you did for him that day is why we should always do what we do every day: celebrate Los Angeles and its people. And that plaque will ever stay on the wall of Station 1 in Lincoln Heights, because you put it there about a great man who made great impact. So it will be a tremendous celebration of his life on Monday at Mothergood Council, which is just south of Los Feliz and Vermont. God bless Joe Sanchez, God bless his wife and his children.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Are there any other adjourning motions? Mr. Labange? Okay.
Yes, I ask we adjourn in memory of Dick Walsh, general manager of our convention center for many, many years. In his earlier stages in his career, he was with Peter O'Malley in developing and building Dodger Stadium. Then he went and worked in a variety of different sports venues. I ask we adjourn in memory of Dick Walsh, general manager of our convention center for over 22 years.
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you.
Any others? Is that it? Mr. Parks?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Perry, I'd ask you to join me on this adjourning motion for Willis Pearsley, who was born in 1923, died just recently, May 7th, 2011. Moved to Los Angeles in 1976 along with his wife, and joined the Ward AME Church under now Bishop C. Garnett Henning. He served as a steward, a trustee, a Bible study teacher, a Sunday school teacher, a writer of the church newsletter. He was a class leader and a member of the Band of Men in the lay organization. He was very civic-minded and committed to serving the community. He served as the Los Angeles 8th District Representative for the city's Solid Waste Citizen Advisory Committee, president of the Halldale Block Club, news editor of the Federation of Retired Union Members, corresponding secretary of the Lincoln University Alumni Association, coordinator of the AARP Vote, a literacy tutor for Vernon Branch Library, and past president of the Community Clubs Incorporated. He was also affiliated with the Beverly Hills Hollywood branch of the NAACP, the National Council of Senior Citizens, the Community Coalition Against Alcoholism and Substance Abuse, and the Community Coalition Committee, which was protesting gang violence. His political activism increased when he became actively campaigning in South Los Angeles on an affirmative action project in an attempt to defeat Prop 209. He received a number of honors for his service in the community. He's being honored as the History Committee for the Senior Citizens Observance of Black American History Month, the Willowbrook Senior Citizens for Commitment and Dedication Services in the 2nd Supervisory District, a commendation for the City of Compton for outstanding citizenship for community activities, in the city of Los Angeles, and a special certificate of congressional recognition for outstanding and valuable service to the community. Willis is survived by his wife and a host of family members. His funeral services will be Monday, May 16th, 11 a.m. at Ward AME Church at 1177 West 25th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and I would like to second that. Any other adjourning motions? Mr. Zine?
Thank you, President. Steve Goldie Goldstein, born Queens, New York, 1952, passed away Monday, May 9th after losing his battle with cancer at the age of 59. Excellent entertainer in the eyes of the public, he and his family were very private. A man of great integrity, honest, compassionate, most of all, he was caring. Would not accept anything less in return. A creative man, loved the arts, especially music, demonstrated patience in crafting his music, note by note, line by line, song by song. His passion for music was so great that he passed that love on to both of his sons. What was so amazing about Goldie was not only his gift as an artist, but also his skills in business and strategic thinking. He pushed the limits for what he believed in. One of his aspirations was to bring a performing arts center to the West San Fernando Valley. After many struggles and years of persistence, his dream became a reality. The Northwoods Performing Arts Center was completed and opened in the Valley just this year. I can talk about Goldie for hours, but all I have to say is that he will be dearly missed by all who crossed his path. He and his friends have a saying they live by regarding life's little troubles. Quote, life is too short to deal with them, and I won't. He lived by his philosophy and did not let anyone interfere with his beliefs and wants. He was an amazing man. His priority was his family. They were number one. Simply the best husband, best father, best man that a wife, son, friend could ever have. Survived by his wife, Tish, for 32 years, his sons, Oliver and Aaron. I attended the services yesterday afternoon for Goldie. He was a man of great character, and he was the man who put together the music for the cruise lines for over 17 years. A very, very wonderful artist. And I remember we had an event at Warner Center Park. He was on stage with me, and Howie Mandel was in the audience, and he mentioned Howie Mandel's in the audience. So I said, Mr. Mandel, Howie, come on up here and on stage and introduce yourself to the crowd. He came to one of our community events. Goldie was just a wonderful, wonderful man. He had a bout with cancer, and he thought that it was resolved, and sadly it came back and it took his life. May he rest in peace. Steve Goldie Goldstein, a very, very good man. God bless him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine, and that marks the end of our adjourning motions. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll? Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.